Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. We will now resume the October 23rd, 2025 board meeting. If you have been having issues rejoining Zoom, please rejoin now. We will move to the public comment portion of this item. As noted, if you would like to comment on staff's proposal as posted on the CARB's website, please raise your hand in Zoom or dial *9 now. We will call first on in-person public commenters who have submitted a request to speak card, followed by those who have virtually raised their hand. We currently do not have any public commenters to speak in person. And we also currently do not have any public commenters to speak on Zoom as well. So I will turn the item back to the chair.
Thank you. We're back. The board has before them resolution number 25-10. Do I have a motion and a second to approve the addition of Diane Takvorian to the AB 617 Community Air Protection Consultation Group as co-chair?
So moved.
Second by Dean Flores.
Wonderful. Please note board member Takvorian has abstained from this item. Board clerk, would you please call the roll?
Thank you. Dr. Balms.
Yes.
Mr. De La Torre.
Yes.
Mr. Eisenhut.
Yes.
Senator Flores.
Flores, aye.
Mayor Gloria.
Yes.
Councilman Guerra.
Aye.
Supervisor Hopkins.
Yes.
Mayor Locke Dawson.
Aye.
Supervisor Ortiz Legg.
Yes.
Dr. Pacheco Werner.
Yes.
Mr. Rechtschaffen.
Yes.
Dr. Shaheen.
Aye.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes.
Congratulations. Please.
Thank you so much to my colleagues on the board and for the kind words from staff. I look forward to working with Dr. Balms and with the community air protection staff. It's an exciting team, and I know we have a lot of good work to do. Thank you.
Wonderful. The second item on the agenda is item number 25-7-2, public meeting to hear the annual update on California state implementation plans. If you are with us here in the room and wish to comment on this item, please fill out a request to speak card as soon as possible and submit it to a board assistant. If you are joining us remotely and wish to comment on this item, please click the raise hand button or dial *9 now. We will first call on in-person commenters, followed by any remote commenters when we get to the public comment portion of this item. It is CARB's mission to protect public health. One way we measure our success is by meeting the national ambient air quality standards that are set by US EPA based on the best available science and are intended to protect public health. Our very own Dr. Balms sat on the national committee that set these standards. CARB's mobile source emission control programs, together with the stationary source controls implemented by our district partners, have made great strides towards reducing emissions and helping Californians breathe easier. Even so, we have a long way to go to meet the standards throughout the state and provide healthy air for all Californians. There are many plans that have been developed to demonstrate how we can achieve federal standards, but those plans have been put in jeopardy due to the illegal and unconstitutional actions taken by the current federal administration. Despite these challenges, we remain committed to protecting public health and achieving state and federal air quality standards by reducing harmful pollution from sources under our authority. This work will continue despite the current federal administration's hostility towards California's air quality programs and US EPA's reckless dereliction of duty. We've come a long way since the mysterious smog monster menaced Southern California in the 1940s and 50s, but there's still more to do. We have a legal and moral obligation to continue improving air quality. More than 17 million Californians still breathe unhealthy air, and 1,500 die from air pollution every year in Southern California alone. We are not giving up, and we will use every tool at our disposal, including litigation, to continue our critical work to clean the air. The health and well-being of Californians depends on it. Dr. Cliff, would you please introduce the item?
Thank you, Chair Sanchez. As you mentioned, the current federal administration is attempting to strip away California's ability to achieve clean air through illegal congressional resolutions to disapprove 3 of CARB's waivers for car and truck emission standards, and a recent proposal to disapprove the SIP submittal of CARB's Clean Truck Check program. Because of this federal administration, California cannot exercise the authority given to us in the Clean Air Act. Because of this federal administration, more Californians will get sick and die from poor air quality. Because of this federal administration, California is at risk of losing federal transportation funds due to Clean Air Act sanctions. Today, staff will provide an update on our actions to stand up to this administration, ensuring that we meet the requirements of the Clean Air Act and continue to work toward healthy air in California. The board is going to hear similar themes in this board item today. In November, during our joint meeting with transportation agencies, and again in a board meeting early next year, when we plan to bring attainment plan revisions to the board. These themes converge around the collective roles of public agencies in bringing down air pollutant concentrations that Californians breathe every day to healthy levels. The health of our children, mothers, fathers, families, friends, and neighbors is affected by our ability to achieve this core part of CARB's mission. As an air quality agency with the mission to protect public health, we believe in implementing Clean Air Act plans designed to attain healthy pollutant concentration levels established through good science and a public process. Today, staff will provide an overview of the current status of air quality attainment plans for regions across the state. This includes successes achieved and the ways in which we are working towards solutions for Clean Air Act problems created by the federal government. It's important to emphasize the significant air quality progress California has made in implementation of control programs committed to in the state implementation plan over the years. But we must take this opportunity to also discuss the increasingly challenging landscape we are faced with due to this federal administration that day after day takes actions to undo environmental progress. I will now ask Victor Mendiola of the Air Quality Planning and Science Division to begin the staff presentation. Victor.
Dr. Cliff. Good morning, members of the board. My name is Victor Mendiola. I'm an air specialist in the Air Quality and Planning and Science Division.
Can
Today,
you speak
I'll
a
be
little closer to the mic, Victor? Thank you.
How's that? Today, I'll be presenting a statewide update on the status of the State Implementation Plan, or SIP. This is the first annual SIP update stemming from the board's direction last year. Covering the health effects from exposure to criteria pollutants, Federal Clean Air Act, and State Implementation Plan overview, California air quality and SIP progress, 2022 state SIP strategy and recent attainment plans, federal tax on California programs and impacts on SIPs, and close with steps moving forward. Exposure to criteria pollutants directly harms human health. The 2 criteria pollutants for which California still experiences attainment challenges are fine particulate matter, or PM 2.5, and ozone. PM 2.5 can be both directly emitted and formed secondarily in air from a combination of emissions of its precursors, oxides of nitrogen or NOx, ammonia, sulfur oxides, and volatile organic compounds. The effects this criteria pollutant can have on health are significant and include premature death, hospitalizations for cardiovascular and respiratory reasons, and asthma. Ozone is formed in the air from the reaction of VOC and NOx in the presence of sunlight. The negative effects of ozone on health include respiratory symptoms, worsened lung function and disease, and lung tissue damage. The Federal Clean Air Act established legal authorities for federal air pollution control programs, requirements for US EPA to set air quality standards, and requirements states must meet if they have areas not meeting a standard. For the Clean Air Act, US EPA must set National Ambient Air Quality Standards, or NAAQS, for the 6 criteria pollutants listed at the bottom of the slide. The NAAQS are to be reviewed every 5 years. States are responsible for developing attainment plans for areas within the state that exceed a NAAQS. The plan is developed and adopted through a public process and must be submitted to US EPA as a revision to their State Implementation Plan, or SIP. Attainment plans are comprehensive documents that demonstrate how an area will attain an NAAQS and meet other requirements of the Clean Air Act. Additional requirements include control measure levels known as reasonably available or best available control technology, otherwise known as RACT/BACT, progress requirements for milestone years, and contingency measures. In addition to the planning documents, rules and regulations needed to fulfill the plan commitments, reduce the level of criteria pollutant emissions, and meet requirements of the Federal Clean Air Act must be submitted and approved into the SIP. Once approved by US EPA, the control measures in the SIP are enforceable in federal courts, including through lawsuits by citizens. In California, there is a shared responsibility for air quality between federal, state, and local air districts. CARB works jointly with the local air districts to develop attainment plans and other SIP revisions, with each entity having the responsibility to identify control measures for sources under their regulatory authority. The SIP process is comprised of developing a plan through a public process, adoption by district, board, and CARB, and US EPA approval of the submission. State, local district, and ideally, federal controls and reductions are incorporated as needed to demonstrate attainment of an NAAQS. CARB's state SIP strategy outlines control measures to achieve emission reductions from state sources. Districts also commit to controls and reductions for their sources. And all the controls and reductions are packaged together to form the attainment plan or other SIP element. The attainment plan is developed, it must be adopted by the district board and CARB, following appropriate public process. The public process includes a minimum 30-day notice for these board actions, but also involves multiple drafts, public workshops, and other types of public engagement prior to formal consideration by district and CARB boards. After the plan is adopted by this board, it will be submitted to US EPA for approval into the California SIP. US EPA must review the submission and then publish a proposed action with a public comment period before taking final action. Once US EPA finalizes attainment plan approval, the control measures and commitments in the attainment plan become part of the California SIP and are federally enforceable. Slide shows the current ozone and PM 2.5 non-attainment areas in the state. Non-attainment areas can have different classifications which vary by pollutant. Higher classifications generally have worse pollutant levels in the area. Because of this, areas with higher classifications have attainment dates further into the future, but have to implement stricter measures. The map on the left shows non-attainment areas by classification for the current 8-hour ozone standard of 70 parts per billion, set in 2015. The areas include 7 areas with the lowest classification of marginal in the darkest green, 1 moderate area in light green, 3 areas classified as serious, and 3 areas as severe in yellow and orange, and 2 areas with highest classification of extreme in red. On the right are areas currently designated non-attainment for PM 2.5 standards. The PM 2.5 non-attainment areas include the major metropolitan regions of California, as well as Portola and Plumas County and part of Imperial County. The areas shown in blue stripe are non-attainment for the current 24-hour average standard of 35 microgram per cubic meter, set in 2006. The areas in pink hue are non-attainment for the annual average standard of 12 microgram per cubic meter set in 2012. There is a more stringent annual average standard of 9 microgram per cubic meter set in 2024, for which non-attainment areas are likely to include 1 or 2 new areas in addition to all the areas shown here. Those areas are San Diego and Mendocino counties. The areas are not shown here since US EPA has not yet formally taken action on designating areas for the 9 microgram per cubic meter standard. There are many factors that lead to formation of PM 2.5 and ozone, not the least of which is California's unique topography shown in the map on this slide. Together with the typical wind patterns and other meteorological factors, the mountains, surrounding valleys, and other low elevation areas can serve as walls that trap in precursor pollutants and increase ozone and PM 2.5 levels. Other key factors include growing population size and corresponding emission sources, atmospheric chemistry, and the increasing frequency and size of wildfires and prescribed fires. Even with these challenges, the state has made great strides in improving air quality in the last 25 years. The contour maps shown on this slide demonstrate our substantial progress in reducing 8-hour ozone concentrations across the state over the last 25 years. Maps are showing monitored ozone levels from regulatory air monitors across the state, averaged over a 3-year period to create what is known as a design value. These are also what will be shown on the next couple of slides in trend plots. As can be seen in the red colors on this map, the vast majority of the state exceeded the current 8-hour ozone standard of 70 ppb back in 2000, with over 95% of residents breathing air exceeding current federal ozone or PM 2.5 standards. Today, the majority of Californians breathe healthy air, with 44% still exposed to unhealthful levels of ozone. I'll quickly walk through the progress made by areas designated non-attainment for the 8-hour ozone standards over the last quarter century. For the ozone NAAQS, an average of the annual fourth highest daily maximum 8-hour average concentrations recorded each year for 3 years is calculated for each monitor, known as the design value. The monitor with the highest design value in a non-attainment area is used to represent the ozone concentration in that area. The graph shows that design values across the state have trended downward. Many areas have attained the 80 ppb and 75 ppb ozone standards. Beyond the 9 areas shown here, 10 additional areas across the state were also designated as non-attainment for the 70 ppb 8-hour ozone standard in 2018 and have since met the standard. Despite design values being driven toward attainment, more work needs to be done, especially for the extreme non-attainment areas of the South Coast Air Basin, nearby Coachella Valley, and San Joaquin Valley to reach attainment. There are both 24-hour and annual NAAQS for PM 2.5. This graph shows the annual PM 2.5 design values, which are the annual average concentrations for the highest monitor in each non-attainment area. Looking at the trends in annual average PM 2.5 shows a general driving down of PM 2.5 concentrations across California. The design value trend plot shows South Coast, San Joaquin, Portola and Plumas County, and Imperial County have reached attainment for the 1997 annual average PM 2.5 standard. This trend plot also shows that more reductions are needed for some areas to attain the 2012 12 microgram per cubic meter standard. In this next portion of the presentation, I'll highlight some of the recent accomplishments at the regional level and by local air districts, starting with South Coast AQMD. Despite decades of progress, South Coast still has the highest ozone levels in the nation and remains one of the state's most challenging regions for air quality issues. South Coast has adopted or amended numerous rules over the last couple of years, including a few key control rules to support reductions in PM 2.5 and ozone. The wood burning devices rule, NOx emissions from large water heaters and small boilers, and an oil and gas productions well rule, to name a few. The area has also had a few recent simple accomplishments. As of 2024, South Coast is attaining the 35 microgram per cubic meter 24-hour PM 2.5 NACs and is developing the redesignation request and maintenance plan. The maintenance plan South Coast is developing will also include a redesignation request and maintenance plan for the 1997 65 microgram and 15 microgram per cubic meter PM 2.5 standards. Also, as of last year, Coachella Valley, a separate non-attainment area within jurisdiction of South Coast AQMD, is attaining the 1997 80 ppb 8-hour ozone NACs. I'll also highlight San Joaquin APCD's recent accomplishments, as they are the area of the state with the most significant challenge with respect to attainment of PM 2.5 standards. San Joaquin has also been advancing many rulemaking efforts in recent years, including adoption of key rules for crude oil production wells and sumps, reaching the final implementation milestone for the agricultural burning phase-out, and ongoing development of additional amendments to the district's wood burning devices and conservation management practices rules. These reductions will support both PM and ozone plans. San Joaquin's SIP accomplishments include a major milestone on the PM 2.5 front, attainment of the 1997 15 microgram per cubic meter standard in the last year. The district is working on developing a redesignation request and maintenance plan for both that standard and the 1997 65 microgram per cubic meter standards, for which they have been in attainment for some time. US EPA also recently approved the redesignation request. US EPA also recently approved the redesignation to attainment of the San Joaquin Valley for the 1-hour ozone NACs based on a plan that was submitted in 2023. Other areas across the state have also seen successes in the last couple of years. Sacramento metropolitan area is attaining the 75 ppb 8-hour ozone NACs, an accomplishment that US EPA acknowledged with a formal determination just this past August. Mariposa County is attaining the 70 ppb 8-hour ozone NACs as of the 2023 attainment year. A second maintenance plan for the 2006 35 microgram per cubic meter PM 2.5 standard is under development for the Chico non-attainment area, which continues to attain the PM 2.5 standard. A second maintenance plan for the 2006 35 microgram per cubic meter PM 2.5 standard for the Yuba City, Marysville, Feather River area was submitted to US EPA in July 2023. This is awaiting action by US EPA. A few of the rules recently adopted by other areas include San Diego adopting a commercial charbroiling rule and Sacramento metropolitan area adopting both a green waste composting rule and the LPG transfer and LPG dispensing rule. In addition to all the regional efforts by the districts, at the state level, we have also put significant time and resources over the last few years into identifying control measures and charting our path forward to support air quality progress over the coming decades. For the state implementation plan, CARB's roadmap takes the form of the state SIP strategy, in which CARB commits to pursue measures along a defined schedule and commits to achieve emission reductions for non-attainment areas. The SIP strategy that this board adopted in September 2022 was driven by reductions needed to support attainment of the 70 ppb 8-hour ozone standard set by US EPA in 2015. This strategy built on the 2020 mobile source strategy and included an unprecedented variety of new state measures to reduce emissions using all mechanisms available. This level of action is what is needed to meet air quality standards and will drive the pace and scale of CARB rulemakings needed through 2030. CARB has since adopted a number of these rules that were included as measure commitments in that strategy. The state SIP strategy was incorporated into many attainment plans, and now there are several attainment plans that rely on CARB measures that are awaiting action by US EPA. The areas with 70 ppb ozone attainment plans are South Coast, San Joaquin Valley, Coachella Valley, Mojave Desert, Sacramento metropolitan area, Eastern Kern County, and Ventura County. The plans were submitted to US EPA in 2022 through 2023. South Coast and San Joaquin Valley also have 12 microgram per cubic meter PM 2.5 attainment plans that were submitted to US EPA last year and are awaiting action. These plans also rely on the measures in the 2022 state SIP strategy. As this board knows, this year we've seen an unprecedented attack by the federal government on CARB's programs, including many of the programs that were included in our recent SIP submittals to US EPA. In anticipation of this, and in response to posturing by the incoming administration, there were some specific actions CARB decided to take at the start of this year. In January, after the Biden administration unfortunately ran out of time to act on them, CARB withdrew waivers and authorizations requests that were still awaiting action by US EPA. This withdrawal included requests related to the Advanced Clean Fleets and in-use locomotive regulations, and a partial withdrawal of requests related to the Commercial Harbor Craft and Transportation Refrigeration Units regulations. In May 2025, Congress passed 3 unconstitutional and illegal resolutions, which the President signed in June 2025, and which California is challenging. The legal resolutions purported to disapprove 3 actions by US EPA, waiving federal preemption for CARB's Advanced Clean Cars 2, Heavy-Duty Vehicle and Engine Omnibus Low NOx, and Advanced Clean Trucks with the Heavy-Duty Vehicle and Engine Emission Warranty Regulations and Maintenance Provisions, Zero-Emission Airport Shuttle, and Zero-Emission Powertrain Certification Regulations. More recently, in August 2025, US EPA issued a proposed partial disapproval for CARB's SIP submission of our Heavy-Duty Inspection and Maintenance Program, also known as Clean Truck Check. While Clean Truck Check does not require a waiver under the Clean Air Act, it must be submitted and approved into the SIP in order for it to be counted in California's SIP emissions inventories. It's important to note that this proposed partial SIP disapproval would not impact implementation of the regulation, and CARB will still enforce, but would impact California's ability to credit the emission reductions in our attainment plans and other SIP provisions. Of course, the current federal administration's attacks on clean air and environmental progress are not limited to CARB programs. The administration is also seeking to roll back or limit numerous federal environmental regulations in unprecedented ways. This slide shows how big an impact federal attacks may have on emissions in California. The bar on the left represents the 2018 baseline inventory for mobile source NOx. This was a base year for recent planning efforts. The middle bar shows 2037, the attainment year for South Coast and San Joaquin Valley under the 70 ppb standard, and the large reductions in emissions from CARB regulations as adopted, especially in the off-road equipment, heavy-duty vehicles, and locomotives source categories. We add back in the NOx reductions that would be lost due to the federal actions challenging CARB's programs, we see an increase of 175 tons per day in 2037. That is a 40% increase in mobile source NOx emissions compared to where we would have been with all the adopted CARB regulations in place. It will also be noted that for the sources primarily regulated by the federal government, shown in teal hues on the chart, little to no reduction in emissions is anticipated between the 2018 base year of the plans and the 2037 attainment year. These sources progressively account for a larger share of California NOx emissions as CARB regulatory sources, and the federal government in the same time span has adopted few regulations. This problem is now exacerbated by the current federal administration and their endeavors to roll back as many regulations as possible, both at the state and federal level. As I discussed at the outset of this presentation, exposure to criteria pollutants directly harms human health. The federal tax undermined California's proven ability to protect Californians and improve air quality, and will make air quality worse. More Californians will breathe unhealthy air. More Californians will get sick. As a significant precursor, increases in NOx emissions will result in increases in ozone and secondary PM 2.5 levels across the state. Along with these elevated levels, we can expect to see an increase in health-related outcomes for California residents. As shown in the previous slide, NOx emissions from mobile sources will be about 40% higher in 2037 than they would have been previously. And direct PM 2.5 emissions will also go up by approximately 18% in 2037. All of these increases will lead to more than 14,500 additional cardiopulmonary deaths, 5,000 additional hospitalizations for cardiovascular and respiratory illness, and 6,700 additional emergency room visits over the lifetime of the impacted regulations. The adverse federal actions will also increase diesel particulate matter emissions, especially from heavy-duty trucks. Diesel particulate is a carcinogen, so we can expect an increase in cancer risk in communities near freeways and other places with heavy truck traffic. This slide shows the estimated increase in cancer risk in AB 617 communities across the state, based on recent toxic risk modeling. An increase in 50 incidents per million, 49 incidents per million, and 85 incidents per million can be expected in West Oakland, South Central Fresno, and East Los Angeles, respectively, stemming from the loss of reductions from on-road truck regulations. In addition to the direct health impacts, the recent federal actions create other types of challenges. They are already causing significant issues in transportation planning across the state. And there is possibility of more issues and uncertainty, as well as potential SIP-related sanctions in the coming years. Transportation conformity is a mechanism that ensures California's transportation investments align with regional plans to meet federal clean air standards. Because of the loss of expected emission reductions from federal actions, many regional governments may not be able to demonstrate transportation conformity for the regional transportation plans and transportation improvement programs. These impacts are already being felt today. Without a quick resolution, this could lead to conformity lapses and freezes that halt transportation projects across the state. These challenges will be the focus of the November joint hearing with the California Transportation Commission and the Department of Housing and Community Development. In addition, sanctions can result from failing to meet SIP requirements. US EPA either disapproving a SIP submittal or determining that the state failed to submit something as required could result in emission offset sanctions for stationary sources and the withholding of federal highway funding to the state. The first sanction, requirements for increased stationary source emission offsets, is triggered 18 months after US EPA makes the determination that an area has not met a SIP requirement. 24 months after the determination, federal highway funding is withheld, excluding exempt safety projects and other narrow limitations. After 24 months from the determination, US EPA is also required to promulgate a federal implementation plan if the state is unable to resolve a deficiency. Under a federal implementation plan, the federal government can choose the route by which we show attainment. Recent federal actions threaten our ability to meet requirements of the Clean Air Act. This will cause more Californians to experience unhealthy air. It also exposes the state to potential Clean Air Act sanctions and the potential loss of federal transportation funding. Federal actions impact multiple state and local agencies, not just CARB. This is not just about air quality, but also affects planning and investments for transportation and land use projects across the state. Almost every major project, from new rail extensions to freeway improvements, requires a conformity demonstration. The recent federal actions create uncertainty, delay environmental review, and increase litigation risk for projects. This is delaying adoption of transportation plans and can threaten billions in highway and transit investments. Moving forward, CARB staff are continuing to assess the impacts from the federal actions to the SIP, transportation conformity, emissions inventory, and future regulatory development. In response to illegal federal efforts to revoke California's clean air waivers, Governor Gavin Newsom signed an executive order on June 12, 2025. The executive order N2725 directed the California Air Resources Board, along with their sister agencies, to assess additional actions to spur light, medium, and heavy-duty zero-emission vehicle adoption in California, and to deliver formal recommendations for additional actions to the governor in August. The near-term result of this was a ZEV forward report, which the board will hear as the next item on this agenda. Staff have been working for months to identify potential SIP solutions to the issues created by the federal actions as they relate to the plans currently before US EPA. CARB has already taken action to clarify that its prior regulations remain operative and enforceable, and CARB staff are planning to bring a proposed SIP revision to the board for consideration in early 2026. That revision will likely be focused on the 70 ppb ozone attainment plans, especially for extreme ozone areas, for which there is an option under the Clean Air Act to allocate a portion of the emission reduction commitment to new control techniques and technologies. Despite all the challenges we face, the mission of CARB and the purpose of the SIP is to meet our quality standards and protect public health. CARB will continue to use every tool at our disposal to continue our critical work to clean the air, as the health and well-being of all Californians depends on it. This concludes my presentation today. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Victor. We will now hear from members of the public who have signed up to speak on this item. I will ask the board clerks to begin calling on the public commenters.
Thank you, Chair Sanchez. Public sign-up closure for this item for 25-7-2 will be at 11:10 a.m. We currently have 9 public commenters to speak in person. I apologize in advance if I mispronounce your name, and I would like to remind all commenters to please speak slowly and clearly for our interpreters and court reporter. The first in-person public commenter is Gavin Bruce.
Thank you. Good morning. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Gavin Bruce, and I'm a almost lifelong resident of Modesto in Stanislaus County. And I started working for Valley Improvement Projects, which is an environmental justice and social justice organization there in the spring. And since starting there, I've been learning a lot of things and been surprised by a lot of things. I would say that something I'm not surprised of is the quality of air in the Central Valley. Being a resident there myself, you can actually see the poor air quality on many days throughout the year. But the thing that has been surprising has been some of the lax regulation and the shortfalls of our regulatory bodies in being able to control and protect our communities from poor air quality in the valley. It is related to the SIP, but I'll bring up one thing is the fact that the landfill methane regulation hasn't been updated in 15 years. I do commend the staff and also the board for coming up with a draft for those updates that you all are going to be discussing in November. So I commend you all for that, and just want to reiterate the importance of regular monitoring of the surface emissions for methane, and also the use of technology like satellites and drones to be able to get the emissions from some of those areas that are too steep to access by foot. Also reducing the temperatures so that the gas collection pipes don't melt, because that has been an issue. And then lastly, the importance of transparency with the public, especially those communities that live around the landfills, and their ability to be able to get real-time information about that. Also related to the SIP, some of these things that have come up, like the nitrogen oxides from soil fertilizer and the ammonium from soil fertilizer, and the PM 2.5 from dust needs to be regulated in the SIP also. There are a lot of regenerative ag practices that you all can incentivize from the farmers there that take care of many different issues and are actually better for farm yields and better for crops. And I strongly propose that you push those as well.
Thank you. That concludes your time.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning, Chair Sanchez, members of the board. I'm Ryan Kenny with Clean Energy. We share your concern about the impending emissions impacts to our state. Increases in ozone and PM 2.5 will occur if heavy-duty diesel trucks are not displaced in the near and intermediate terms. In fact, new Class 7 and 8 trucks are rather absent in product availability at dealers in California, and used diesels are the truck of choice right now. Data shows that most of the ZEV truck purchases have been classes 2B to 3, not 7 and 8. Besides the real threat to California receiving federal highway funds, the larger problem of health impacts to Californians, particularly in the South Coast and San Joaquin Valley areas, continues to be at stake. We were pleased to read Mr. Grendler's quote recently in Politico stating to the effect that as a result of actions taken by the federal government, breathers in California find themselves in an enormous emissions reductions hole. We agree. That is why it is more critical than ever for CARB and the clean tech industry to work together right now, hand in hand, to find innovative ways to address mobile source emissions impacting our disadvantaged communities. Specifically, we need CARB to send strong policy signals that encourage fleets who choose to purchase internal combustion engines over a heavy-duty ZEV, that those purchases are clean truck purchases at 50 milligrams or less, not 200 milligrams NOx trucks, as many of them are now. By doing so, that enormous emission reductions hole that Mr. Grendler referenced earlier this week in Politico will be less daunting, and California breathers will be able to breathe easier. Again, a significant part of the solution to this problem is for CARB and the clean tech industry to work together right now to find innovative ways to address mobile source emissions impacting our disadvantaged communities. Thank you.
Good morning. Bill McGavran with Coalition for Clean Air. Congratulations, Chair Sanchez, on your first board meeting, and to board member Takvorian on your well-deserved appointment to the Community Air Protection Committee. The State Implementation Plan is a very important document. I think the staff presentation showed that the progress that we've made over the years demonstrates that when we have smart regulation backed by enforcement, we get results. And so we need to build on that because, unfortunately, despite the progress that we've made, we still have too many Californians breathing unhealthy air. Thousands of Californians die every year because of air pollution. And we now have a federal administration that is making that worse across the board and really launching attacks on our health. Unfortunately, that means that the state and the air districts need to do more. And in South Coast, we've seen actually the air district recently has failed to take actions to reduce pollution from appliances and from the seaports. What we need to see, both from the state and the districts a number of measures. I'll just name a few. One is indirect source review rules to limit the pollution from large freight facilities like ports. A second is to retire the dirtiest old diesel trucks that are on the road that account for a disproportionate amount of the emissions. Enforcement of our best available control technology and retrofit control technology for stationary sources, and also additional reductions on the particulate emissions from wood burning. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members. Nicole Rice, President of the California Renewable Transportation Alliance. And I'm here today to urge CARB to act now in recognizing the vital role clean combustion trucks can play in closing the emissions gap in the 2022 SIP and keeping California on track to meet federal air quality attainment. These trucks offer immediate, scalable benefits that shouldn't be overlooked. Staff's prognosis is clear. Without key SIP control measures, emissions will rise and the public health will suffer. But we should not overlook what can be achieved with clean combustion options like low NOx renewable trucks that are available today. While CARB cannot currently mandate its ZEV strategy, your leadership has already moved the market towards the most stringent NOx standard in the nation currently. With clear direction on the purchase and use of these trucks and the right level of market certainty, CARB can continue to voluntarily drive innovation and adoption amid regulatory uncertainty. A recent study by Energy Vision found that RNG trucks can deliver 88% of the health benefits of electric trucks and can cut NOx emissions by over 94%, nearly matching electric trucks. And the recent UCR study also showed that replacing older trucks with 2027 certified low NOx models can achieve, or rather account for 95% of NOx emission reductions through 2045, while fully transitioning to ZEV post-27 only adds an additional 5% reduction. So combined with the co-benefits of using RNG fuel, low NOx natural gas trucks become a powerful and effective tool to our mid-transition strategy. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Mark Rose. I'm a Senior Clean Air Program Manager for National Parks Conservation Association. For decades, NPCA has worked to clean air in California and in some of the nation's most polluted national parks. I want to begin by congratulating the Valley Air District and CARB for finally meeting the 1997 annual PM 2.5 standard. I was saddened to hear, however, that EPA found that the Valley did not meet the 1997 ozone standard. And I'm also concerned by monitoring data that shows the Valley likely failed to meet the 2006 24-hour PM 2.5 standard at the end of last year, despite this board granting the district an additional 5-year delay. While EPA is dragging its feet on making that determination, the Clean Air Act is clear. The state is required to develop a new 5% annual reduction SIP by the end of this year. We've already seen how repeated years-long delays in finalizing SIPs play out for communities. And so I'm asking this board to please direct CARB staff to immediately begin work on a new SIP for the 2006 standard. NPCA has a really long track record of supporting and defending CARB various mobile source rules, both through advocacy as well as in the courts. While we agree that the actions taken to stop California's mobile source rules are likely illegal, for the people breathing the air on the ground in California, these actions will delay or prevent these vital rules from being implemented. CARB and the air districts thus have no choice but to seek more reductions from stationary and area sources in the state. NPCA submitted written comments today with more detailed information on controls that we and other allies have been asking for many, many years. They include banning unnecessary residential wood burning for purely aesthetic reasons, which contributes over 5 tons per day of direct PM 2.5 emissions in the winter in the Valley. Completing research and developing control strategies for NOx emissions from fertilized fields. And lastly, I'll point you to the expert analysis that we included in our written comments that points to numerous controls for combustion turbines, boilers, process heaters, and internal combustion engines.
Thank you. That
Thank
concludes
you.
your time. Next is Laura Plascencia.
Hi, good morning, Board. My name is Laura Placencia, and I'm with Valley Improvement Projects, and I'm here from Stanislaus County, along with a couple other community members, to share our frustration about the state implementation plan not being ambitious enough. We here in the San Joaquin Valley, we live among the most polluted air basin in the U.S. for fine particles and ozone standards, and some that haven't been passed since the Clean Air Act in 1988. The 1997 8-hour ozone standard just passed after 20 years of waiting, and we are at a critical time, and we can't continue to wait another 20 years. Our geography is unique topography that enables bad air quality to concentrate, and our geography is not going to change, so we must change and get away from pollution creating processes. The Air District and CARB are moving too slow, causing higher rates in asthma and low birth weights and cardiac and respiratory issues, where we're already highly burdened across the Central Valley, as a CalEnviro screen shows. In my community, in any room that you walk into, there are at least 5 to 10 people with asthma, or with at least one family member with asthma or cardiac or respiratory disease. Our people, we must start prioritizing the quality of life over profits and begin accounting for other costs, including social, medical, health, other social costs, and costs of parents having to miss work, along with youth having to miss school. Our people deserve better protections and more regulations on ammonia from fertilizers and dairies, nitrous oxides from fertilizer fields, and volatile organic compounds from pesticides, along with more stringent indirect source rule, which takes into consideration more of the cumulative impacts, especially to help prevent pollution burdening companies from coming to areas that are already pollution burdened. Thank you.
Next is Maria Ramos.
Buenos días, mi nombre es María Ramos. Gracias por su atención. Yo vengo del área de Modesto, California, del condado de Stanislaus. Soy promotora en la ciudad, activa, y también estoy ahorita en el programa de Project Improvement. Mi ejemplo es de que mi sobrino sufre mucho de asma y seguido va al hospital por lo mismo, por las emisiones que están volando en el aire, y es mi preocupación. Lo que quisiera es que si hiciera algo al respecto. Batallamos muchas veces con él porque pues siempre está yendo y viniendo al hospital. Por las emisiones ¿cómo se dice? Que vuelan en el aire, que nos afectan a nuestros pulmones, a nuestra salud y a los vecinos y a los familiares, y también sobre los pesticidas, que a veces uno siempre pasa por los files, el campo, los trabajos que hay del campo, y hay mucha contaminación. Estos están conjunto y que no están regulados. Gracias por su atención.
Good morning. Thank you for your time. My name is Maria Ramos. I'm a promoter in the community, and I work for the Valley Improvement Project. I'm coming from the area of Modesto in Stanislaus County, where I live. And my example is I have a nephew who suffers from asthma, and we have to take him very often to the hospital. We are very worried for him, and this is very battling. It's an everyday issue, and this is due to the emissions in the air. Also, all of this is affecting our lungs, as well as the pesticides and all pollutants. Altogether, we would like for them to be regulated. Thank you.
Hola, buenos días. Mi nombre es Aoli Vilches. Yo trabajo como un outreach para Valley Improvement Project. Yo les traigo un poquito y quisiera compartir las preocupaciones que tiene mi comunidad. Yo vivo en Modesto, pero trabajo en todo Stanislaus. Son varias ciudades a las que recorro y siempre escucho la preocupación que tienen por el uso de pesticidas las personas allá. En algo.
Good morning. My name is Aoli Vilches. I work in outreach for the Valley Improvement Project. I'm bringing some example about the worries in my community. I actually live in Modesto, but I work all over Stanislaus County. I would like to present to you what I hear in my community.
La preocupación principal que escucho es el uso de pesticidas, las regulaciones que hay, las restricciones. Nosotros estamos preocupados porque queremos saber si se están cumpliendo con las restricciones, si las regulaciones son las más indicadas. Personalmente,
Our main concern is the use of pesticides, the regulations that they have about it and the restrictions. We would like to know if they are in compliance.
personalmente les puedo compartir mi experiencia. Tengo un hijo en la high school, Joseph Gregory High School. Son 2,000 estudiantes y cada día en esta semana he recibido como 3 alertas de que se están rociando pesticidas que son restringidos.
I want to talk about my son. He's in high school. He attends Joseph Gregory High School. They have about 2,000 students, and just in the last week, we have 3 alerts of pesticides being used.
Son como 4 o 5 escuelas que están en alto riesgo porque están alrededor de fields.
We have 4 or 5 schools that they are at high risk because they are around pesticide fields where they use pesticides.
Nos gustaría que las restricciones no sean solamente en horarios de escuela,
We would like the restrictions not to be only during the school hours,
sino también after school
but also after school.
y también fines de semana donde tienen ellos juegos en las escuelas, afuera en los campos.
And during the weekends as well, because they got practice sports during those days.
Nos gustaría que las regulaciones y las restricciones, por favor, presten más atención en eso y en nuestros niños que son el futuro.
And we would like for you to pay more attention in the regulations and restrictions because our kids are our future.
Gracias por darme la oportunidad de compartir la preocupación de mi comunidad.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share the worries of my community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Kimberly Burr.
Hi, my name's Kimberly Burr, and I'm coming from Sonoma County, Forestville on the Russian River. And I've started coming to the Air Resources Board meetings just to basically learn as much as I can. And I understand that you guys are really good at building the models and relying on models to calculate statewide emissions. And you put out a report even on smoke from fires and the historic presence of fires in the state, which I've been scanning as fast as I can. They're very interesting. My current questions relate to, and it goes towards the SIP agenda item in a way, because it's, I may not be here for a public comment later, but I'd like to see in the SIPs some real, and I haven't seen the kind of detailed accounting for some industries. And how, I want to know how often models are updated with the new scientific information. One of the industries I'm particularly interested in is logging industry, because logging has been accelerated in the state because of all the fires. But I think since the fires have come and we've learned so much that maybe it's time to reevaluate our approach, but also to know what we're supporting. If we're supporting massive logging, then what are the emissions associated with that, and how many trees are we losing that could be standing to sequester carbon? We're always important and very much in favor of defensible space and home hardening, but very concerned that logging has been ramped up. Millions and millions of acres are being treated, but I don't think we have a good handle on what the emissions are associated with that activity, like chainsaws, these two-stroke
Thank you. That
engines that are
concludes your
going,
time.
oh my gosh, all day, and they're highly polluting. So I'll write some written comments. Thank you for your time.
Next is Saha Deslaurier.
It's Sarah Delorier with the California Association of Sanitation Agencies, representing 90% of the publicly owned wastewater treatment works. And just here today, welcome. I just want to say welcome to the chair position, Chair Sanchez. Very excited to be working with you and board members, and also my comments and questioner for staff. Just thank you for the presentation today on the state implementation plans across the state. My comments and question today focus on the ozone non-attainment status of the South Coast Air Basin in particular. We know San Joaquin Valley is also non-attainment, as mentioned, as well as the implications of continued non-attainment, largely a result of heavy-duty vehicle emissions. Upon failing to meet the 1997 ozone standard by 2023, as was mentioned, the Clean Air Act sections 179 and 185 allow the US EPA to withhold federal funding, increase offsetting requirements, and impose an annual penalty on major stationary sources, including at wastewater treatment plants. Southern California wastewater treatment plants estimate this to be about $800,000 per year going forward, which can impact the ability for essential public services to obtain a permit for their local air district too. For wastewater-derived renewable natural gas projects, in fact. The state implementation plan update as presented, specifically, I think slide 18, focused on zero-emission vehicles, which delayed attainment for focusing on long-term reductions rather than using existing near-term reduction tools. UC Riverside, as was mentioned back in September, and other meetings, has recently stated that 95% of the NOx emissions reductions between 2025 and 2040 for heavy-duty vehicles could come from fleet turnover to ultra-low NOx vehicles. Will this be included as an alternative in your risk management assessment? That is the question I have for folks to look at the broad picture. We're not opposed to zero-emission vehicles. We're early adopters. Definitely want to utilize all tools to achieve attainment and resilience, and we thank you for the opportunity to comment. And CASA members do look forward to continuing to work with CARB staff going on the 15-day changes for ECF, really looking at the potential for use of low NOx RNG fueled vehicles to do both. Thank you.
Next is Larry Hansen.
Larry Hansen from Forest and Limited. So we're based in Sonoma County, but we work with a number of organizations, statewide organizations. So, you know, we're taken back by the federal government's impacts, and we want to give our support to the work and efforts by the Air Resources Board to protect California's air quality. And we wanted to say we support your work, and we wanted you to know that. Thank you.
Next is Gustave Aguro Aguirre.
How's it going, everyone? Buenos dias. Gustavo Aguirre Jr. with Central California Asthma Collaborative from the Bakersfield office of the Director of Climate Equity and Environmental Justice, Chair and staff. Lauren, welcome to the CARB board member. Maybe as a board member, you probably don't remember me, but years back, we in coalition would work to advocate for some methane monitoring, and I see it's later in the agenda, so it's nice to see a full circle here. And Diana, congratulations. I know you've been a big advocate for AB 617 communities, and remember doing some toxic tours with you in early AB 617 conversations in Shafter, among with John Bombs and a bunch of other folks. So Central California Asthma Collaborative emphasis on a strong SIP, especially for non-attainment areas like the San Joaquin Valley, is very important. A lot of the work some of the work that we do emphasizes on the tails of AB 617 and the local community emission reduction program. And through that, we've seen work like the pesticide notification come something to be a program that is now statewide. And through that, we determined and saw that there was a huge gap in the fact of pesticide regulation and curbing VOC emissions from pesticide use in our communities. So, strong emphasis in making sure that this SIP moving forward includes, acknowledges, and regulates CARB's authority to regulate VOC emissions from pesticide applications moving forward. And so with the community self-determination have found that pesticide is, as you heard from VIP members today, something that is very important to us in the San Joaquin Valley. So thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Next is Brianda Castro.
Good morning, Chair Sanchez and members of the board. My name is Brianda Castro. I was raised in Shafter, California, which is an AB 617 community. I now live in Bakersfield, California, but I'm here today with the Central California Asthma Collaborative. As my colleague Gustavo Aguirre Jr. just mentioned, we are a nonprofit organization serving the rural communities of the San Joaquin Valley. A region which we all saw during the presentation today is frequently nominated for the worst air quality in the nation. We are also part of the Building Energy Equity and Power Coalition. That is a group of organizations across the state working towards equitable solutions for home decarbonization. In our San Joaquin Valley communities, asthma rates are rising at a dangerous rate, at a dangerous level. For many families, it feels like there is no refuge. Not only is our air polluted, but our homes often lack adequate infrastructure. Many households don't have air conditioning in areas where temperatures regularly reach triple digits. We work with communities that want and deserve better, communities that are developing local community emissions reduction plans and local solutions. Many have identified home decarbonization as a needed measure. We are excited to have Diane as co-chair of the Community Air Protection Program. Thank you for your commitment to our communities. The B Coalition has held statewide listening sessions to learn directly from residents about home decarbonization and the challenges that they face, from high costs to lack of access to clean technologies. We ask that CARB work closely with BEEP and prioritizes building and appliance emission standards as a measure in the state implementation plan to create equitable and real solutions that do not displace or leave our communities behind. Our families are doing the very best that they can to protect their health and their future. We need CARB to match that commitment with strong action that ensures
Thank you.
clean air,
That concludes your time.
healthy homes, equitable and true environmental justice in the San Joaquin Valley and across the state. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We will now turn to Zoom commenters. We currently have 13 commenters with their hands raised in Zoom. I apologize in advance if I mispronounce your name. I would like to remind all commenters to speak slowly and clearly for our interpreters and court reporter. Also, a friendly reminder that comment speaker sign-up closure for this item is at 11:10 a.m. The first 5 commenters on Zoom are Brent Newell, Ian Faluna, Viviana Prado, Tyler Setzo, and Adria Vidales. Brent Newell, I've activated your microphone. Please unmute and you may begin.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Brent Newell. I represent the Central Valley Air Quality Coalition. I have 3 points today. First, the staff presentation ignores 2 critical recent failures to attain ambient air quality standards. EPA recently found the Valley failed to attain the 1997 ozone standard. CARB in the district had more than 20 years to meet this standard, yet they failed to meet the standard. The Valley also recently failed to attain the 2006 24-hour PM 2.5 standard, by the December 31st, 2024 deadline. The standard is 35 micrograms per cubic meter, and the design value was 48 micrograms. That's 137% of the standard. These two failures to attain will trigger and use up the smog check contingency measure. The failure to attain the 2006 PM 2.5 standard will trigger PM 2.5 contingency measures. These failures will leave the valley with contingency measures which EPA has conceded are legally inadequate for all standards. Second, something is obviously not working here. With attainment plans consistently failing, it is long past time for CARB to correct emissions inventories, correct control measures that do not reduce emissions as claimed, and correct attainment demonstrations that miss the mark. Third, the San Joaquin Valley Stationary Source Review recently provides a microcosm for what is not working here. The review glosses over the emission reduction credit equivalency failure in the San Joaquin Valley. Given CARB's 2020 investigation and findings regarding that failure and subsequent credit laundering, it is shocking that the review did not investigate whether stationary sources had valid emission reduction credits as CVAC had requested. The review looked the other way. I strongly urge the board to direct staff to amend this review.
Thank you. Our next commenter is Ian Faluna. I've activated your microphone. Please unmute and you may begin.
Thank you very much. This is Ian Faluna. I'm an atmospheric scientist at UC Davis. I wanted to mention a few points here. The presentation that Victor showed, while there have been great achievements made since the turn of the century, those have all but evaporated since for the last about decade, save possibly for the Sacramento metropolitan area. In fact, the SoCal basin is actively, pretty significantly increasing in ozone in the past 10 years. I have been vociferously advocating that this is likely due to an underestimate of soil emissions, primarily from agriculture. And I know that CARB has put together the scientific expert panel. The 5 members of the panel were made up of people who only published on the low side of soil emissions, 3 from the same group. And in the report, they mentioned that there's a range of values in the literature about these soil emissions of NOx, which contribute to both ozone and PM, I should say, problems. That range from about 0.12 to 12.5 in these units of gigograms of nitrogen per month. That's 2 orders of magnitude range in the estimates in the literature. CARB is using the value at the lowest end of that. And the expert panel did not decide come down and give a best estimate, which is obviously above that lowest value, which is used in all these SIP modeling efforts. I went back and compiled all the SIP estimates for the past 20 years, and it's typically off by 5 to 25 parts per billion in ozone on the estimated dates of SIP modeling. So the models are not working correctly, and I suggest we really need to put more effort into understanding the soil emission.
Thank you. Our next commenter is Viviana Prado. I've activated your microphone. Please unmute and you may begin.
Hi, my name's Viviana Prado, and I'm a legal advocate with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability, and I'm also a resident of Tulare County. I'm here today to urge CARB, and by extension, the San Joaquin Valley Air District, to reaffirm its role as a public health agency and its responsibility to attain healthy air quality for the San Joaquin Valley. Leadership Council works alongside community members all throughout the San Joaquin Valley, and there are many concerns regarding air quality, rightfully so. The deadlines for attainment of the 2006 PM 2.5 and 1997 ozone standards have long passed, and there are no more valid excuses as to why CARB and the San Joaquin Valley Air District have not created real change in the valley. Contingency measures that immediately reduce ozone and PM 2.5 levels must be implemented now in the valley, including the most stringent indirect source rules possible, both in the valley and statewide. Dirty off-road agricultural equipment must be phased out, and there must be more stringent NOx and ammonia emission regulations. CARB continues to incentivize dairy digesters without strong NOx and ammonia emission regulations, and this directly impacts frontline communities who are forced to breathe this contaminated air and smell the noxious odors. CARB must regulate NOx from irrigated agriculture and dairies in coordination with the State Water Resource Control Board and the Regional Water Quality Control Board's nitrate control programs. We cannot afford to wait and see what happens with mobile source waivers to implement effective contingency measures in California. There are other regulatory tools at your disposal. We do not want to be here again in 8 years or next year when the next couple of standard attainment dates come and go and have these same conversations. Valley residents deserve to breathe clean air.
Thank you. Our next commenter is Tyler Seto. I've activated your microphone. Please unmute and you may begin.
Good morning. My name is Tyler Seto and I'm with Earth Justice. Having grown up in Los Angeles, I'm no stranger to air pollution, and I now work with community groups in the Central Valley to address its impacts firsthand. As staff's presentation showed, the San Joaquin Valley is the most polluted air basin in the country for particulate matter, and the valley has a long history of failing to meet federal Clean Air Act standards on time, both for particulate matter and for ozone, as shown by taking over 25 years to meet the 1997 annual PM 2.5 standard and continuing to fail to meet the 1997 8-hour ozone standard. Community members deserve more timely action from the state and need the agency to implement long overdue community solutions. One community solution I would like to highlight is the need to regulate ammonia sources from agriculture, mainly dairy operations, livestock waste management, and fertilizer application. California has over 1.7 million dairy cows, and 90% of those cows are raised in the Central Valley in close quarters on large dairies, concentrated on just 11% of the state's land. CARB needs to do more both on its own and to push the Valley Air District to adopt the most stringent pollution control measures possible to protect public health, especially for our most vulnerable communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next commenter is Adria Vidales. After Adria, we will hear from Jane Sellen, Yasmin Martinez, Kai Wong, and Ariela Serrano. Adria, I've activated your microphone. Please unmute and you may begin.
Good morning. My name is Adria Vidales. I'm with Little Manila Rising and I live and work in Stockton, California. I live in an area surrounded by agriculture, and my mother has asthma from growing up around agricultural dust, pesticides, and other air pollutants. Watching her struggle over the years has made me realize how important clean air is for everybody in our community. Living in the Central Valley means living in the most polluted air basin for particulate matter in the United States. So many people in our region suffer the effects of abundant air pollution, including particulate matter 2.5 and nitrous oxide. The San Joaquin Valley has been failing air standards for decades. Agencies must follow through on past commitments and take real responsibility for protecting public health. One way CARB can step up and support our community in our efforts to achieve clean air is to regulate ammonia sources from agriculture, including dairy operations, livestock waste management, and fertilizer application. Although domestic ammonia has been added to the 2025 PM 2.5 SIP, agricultural ammonia needs to be regulated as a pollutant in our community. Little Manila Rising has been doing asthma mitigation work for years now, and we need institutional support from organizations like CARB to clean up our air basin and prevent unnecessary deaths, illnesses, and suffering from air pollution. Please continue to listen to my peers and myself and clean up the Central Valley now. Thank you.
Thank you. Jane Sellen, I've activated your microphone. Please unmute and you may begin.
Hi, Jane Sellen, Californians for Pesticide Reform. For years, our coalition has called on CARB to acknowledge and act on their undoubted authority over toxic air contaminants, whether they're pesticides or not. Per CARB, DPR has authority to regulate when, where, and how pesticides are used, but crucially not how much. It is CARB's job to regulate emissions, DPR's job to regulate how industry can use pesticide products within that emissions framework. So it's with great frustration that we continue to see pesticide emissions siloed out of air quality solutions and treated as somehow different. Fumigant pesticides pose special public health and air quality hazards. Approximately 32 million pounds of 13 fumigants were applied in California in 2023, making up more than 18% of all pesticides used in California that year. All fumigants registered in California are listed by the state as toxic air contaminants and therefore subject to CARB emission standards. Fumigants contribute to the formation of VOCs, while at least 3 fumigants, chloropicrin, metamsodium, and dasamet, have been shown to increase NOx emissions from 7 to 100-fold. The effect of fumigant-induced NOx emissions was found to last more than 48 days. More than 11 million pounds of these 3 fumigants were used in California in 2023. All stages of fumigant life cycle contribute to greenhouse gas emissions: extraction, manufacturing, transportation, storage, application, disposal, and cleanup. And yet, CARB continues to treat this class of air pollutants as untouchable and irrelevant. The commitment in the San Joaquin Valley SIP to reduce ROG emissions from 1,3-D by 0.4 tons by 2037 was a welcome step, but was based on DPR's flawed non-occupational bystander reg, which is flawed in so many ways. Rather than establishing weak commitments that lack of ambition in DPR's regs, CARB must set an overall air quality context to guide DPR's rulemaking, not the other way around.
Thank you. Yasmin Martinez, I have activated your microphone. Please unmute and you may begin.
Good morning. I'm Jasmine Martinez, Kern County resident and Coalition Coordinator with the Central Valley Air Quality Coalition, or CVAC. I'm here to raise serious concerns about the Stationary Sources Review Memo. Last July, the CARB Board directed staff to conduct the Stationary Sources Review after years of advocacy. We were hopeful that this would finally be a step toward much-needed transparency and a plan of action for direct emission reductions from some of our region's biggest polluters. Instead, the process produced a memo developed behind closed doors without meaningful engagement or analysis. The review fails to provide a full accounting of critical information originally requested, from compliance history to emission reduction credits use. It also only selected 42 permit units and is based off self-reported data that hasn't been vetted. CVAC asked for this review back in 2019 because the Valley remains the most polluted air basin in the nation, and large stationary sources, biomass, glass, and power plants, along with oil and gas operations we have here in Kern County, are major contributors to PM 2.5 and NOx emissions. Many of them are located within already overburdened communities, and our current clean air plants have massive gaps. We need to ensure large sources have the cleanest technologies. With federal threats and attacks, we need to continue to combat those, but also find ways to move forward. What is in California's control is even more important now, and stationary sources are within CARB and the Valley Air District's immediate control. We urge the CARB Board to make this memo part of a continuing conversation needed on stationary sources with CVAC and EJ communities to identify emission reductions available and address community concerns. We also ask that staff release all of the data used in their review so the public can see what was reviewed and how. How much more progress are we leaving on the table by not effectively regulating stationary sources, major dairy operations, and other agricultural operations, strengthening the Valley's indirect source role, and expanding best practices from the Community Air Protection Program? Also, congrats, Diane.
Thank you. Kai Wong, I've activated your microphone. Please unmute and you may begin.
Good morning. My name is Kai Wong with Little Manila Rising. I'm a resident of South Stockton, and today I'm sharing my story and concerns. I live just a few blocks from the I-5, one of the most heavily traveled freeways in the area. It contributes to major air pollution and has a detrimental effect on our community members. These community members, who are made up of the elderly, impoverished, or people of color, face significant challenges. Every day, I see children coming out from schools located next to the freeway being exposed to the poor air quality. During my time with Little Manila Rising, I've come to realize the importance of helping deploy free air monitors that collect data and allow residents in proximity to pollution sources check the current air quality, helping them determine if it's safer to be indoors that day. Joining efforts with CVAC member organizations has helped us to further advocate for stronger regulations that mitigate environmental pollution for communities facing similar issues all across the Central Valley. Exposure to all this pollution floating around can have long-lasting effects, including increased risk of respiratory diseases. Heavy-duty trucking not only contributes to the decade-long failure of San Joaquin Valley's air standards, but it is also responsible for the dangerous road conditions. I would like to advocate for making the deployment of zero-emission trucks a priority. Making this a priority would strengthen protections for our public health and keep my neighbors safe from being in such a vulnerable state due to the permanent freeway. Thank you.
Thank you. Ariella Serrano, I've activated your mic. Please unmute and you may begin.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair and board members. My name is Ariella Serrano. I'm a youth organizer with Little Manila Rising in South Stockton. And growing up as a young person of color in Stockton, I've seen and felt firsthand how environmental injustice affects every part of our health and opportunities. South Stockton continues to carry the heaviest pollution burden while other communities breathe cleaner air. And through my work through the Little Manila Rising's youth programs, I work alongside youth who are continuously building their environmental awareness and learning to understand the conditions of their own environment that many of us have grown up accepting as normal. And through community education, youth-led outreach and advocacy that reaches the regional and local level, youth and I have been striving to bring forward our lived experiences and stories that are too often missing in decision-making spaces like this one here today. So the San Joaquin Valley remains the most polluted air basin in the nation for PM 2.5, costing hundreds of millions in preventable health impacts each year. And I believe these numbers reflect real suffering, lost lives, missed economic opportunities, and daily struggles amongst our society and especially youth. And as CARB shares updates of its state implementation plan, I urge the board to act on the most stringent measures used anywhere in the US, including that the indirect source rule is implemented statewide, strengthening enforcement on our best available control technology and our best available retrofit control technology for all stationary sources. This enforcement, I believe, is essential so that new and existing facilities use the cleanest available technologies instead of relying on outdated or ineffective controls. An important and vital step to reducing emissions where communities already suffer and are burdened the most. Thank you for your time providing comment today.
Thank you. We have 5 more commenters on Zoom who signed up to speak during the public sign-up period. It's Bianca Lopez, Bianca Santoyo, Christian Bisher, Sarah Aird, and Gloria Alonso. Bianca Lopez, I have activated your mic. Please unmute and you may begin.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Bianca Lopez. I'm co-founder of Valley Improvement Projects, but I was also raised in LA and now live in the Central Valley and do environmental justice and social justice work here in Stanislaus County on the northern San Joaquin Valley. It's very clear that San Joaquin Valley has been failing air quality standards for decades, and our residents continue to experience some of the highest asthma rates and premature deaths in the region. I was grateful to hear that CARB's SIP presentation understands the cost to our health. Agencies must move beyond plans and promises and finally take responsibility for protecting public health. First, under the Clean Air Act, extreme non-attainment areas like the San Joaquin Valley are required to implement the most stringent feasible control measures. That means that the Valley Air District should adopt indirect source rule provisions at least as strong as those already implemented by the South Coast Air District, so that new warehouses, distribution centers, and large developments don't continue adding to our pollution burden. Here in Modesto, we see warehouses being built with no actual company moving in. I'm thinking you build it and they will come. We don't want them to come. Second, CARB must acknowledge and act on its authority to regulate volatile organic compounds from pesticides. According to CARB's own state implementation plan, pesticides are among the largest sources of VOC emissions in the Central Valley during the summer months, sometimes comparable to or even exceeding emissions from cars. Yet this source remains largely I'm struggling to breathe. We need coordinated oversight between CARB and DPR and continuous air monitoring in the top 10 pesticide use counties. Third, CARB must and should ensure vehicle retirement programs are aligned across the regions. The Valley Air District currently retires vehicles from 2006 and older, while DCAP program allows retirement of 2010 and older vehicles. Aligning these programs would expand access, reduce emissions faster, and make
Thank you. That
incentives
concludes
fair,
your time.
especially here on
Our next commenter is Bianca Santoyo. I have activated your microphone. Please unmute and you may begin.
Good morning. Good morning, board members. Thank you for giving us a space to give our comments. My name is Bianca Santoyo. I'm a community organizer for Center Race Poverty and the Environment, but also part of the AB 617 from the first year communities, as in Shafter, as a part of CSC. I'm also a co-lead for the AB 617 Arvin and Lamont, part as because I am a resident from the community. I've seen many struggles from these communities, especially the rural communities, how industry has impacted their power and not being attained in any of the enforcement that the air district has as a regulation. Through the AB 617, we've seen the hurdles of how industry has a big impact in the air pollution, but yet no attainment has been done. As a resident of Arvin, I've been registering to the air district valley monitoring, and every day I get notifications that we're up into the 3rd level every day. Yet it does not reflect what we see in our personal lives, that there's no attainment. We see two of the biggest polluters here in the valley, which is the oil and gas, and also the truck industry and pesticides. Pesticide has been a big priority through the AB 617, as many of the board members have seen, especially because we brought it up to you guys since year one, and yet we still haven't been able to attain it. We really need your guys' support in making this very stringent regulations possible and enforce it for each Valley Air District to implement in their area, because we're not attaining any of them. Yeah.
Thank you. Christian Bisher, I've activated your microphone. Please unmute and you may begin.
Good morning. My name is Christian Bisher. I am a resident of the San Joaquin Valley, and I work for the Central California Environmental Justice Network. I understand the difficulties associated with the SIP and their federal actions. This past California legislative session, there was a bill, Garcia AB 914, that discussed the possibility of addressing mobile emissions through the state's airborne toxic control measures regulation. I would be interested in hearing from CARB staff at some point in the future as to the possibility of this pathway to address mobile emissions, and if this pathway would still be subject to federal preemption. I would also like to mention that San Joaquin Valley stationary source emissions for SIP purposes remain self-reported by the polluting sources. While some local air districts are verifying submitted stationary source emissions, I would love to see CARB staff establish some basic requirements so that all air districts are required to verify the annual emissions submitted to them are truthful. And then lastly, I recently read and watched Dr. Cliff's comments to the US EPA regarding the 2009 endangerment finding. It can be difficult for local residents and organizations to also keep track of what is going on federally and when we can engage. In the next 3 years, if CARB staff are planning to engage on the federal level and think it would be useful for local residents or organizations to also participate, I would encourage CARB staff to share this information in a distribution list email or by contacting some of the organizations directly. We often work in coalitions, and I believe we would all work with CARB on federal issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next commenter is Sarah Aird. I have activated your microphone. Please unmute and you may begin.
Good morning. Sarah Aird with Californians for Pesticide Reform. We work closely with farm worker communities in the San Joaquin Valley whose health has been devastated by pesticide exposure and who suffer some of the highest rates of asthma, respiratory illness, cancer, and chronic disease in California. The San Joaquin Valley remains the nation's most polluted air basin for fine particles and among the worst for ozone, and residents continue to pay the price. The valley remains out of compliance with multiple federal PM 2.5 and ozone standards, and these repeated failures are unacceptable. Something is fundamentally wrong with either CARB's emissions inventory or the control strategy, because the valley continues to miss every major deadline. And one of the likely reasons is that pesticides and the impacts of industrial agriculture are not being adequately addressed in these plans. For years, our coalition has urged CARB to recognize and exercise its clear authority over pesticide, toxic air contaminants, emissions. Nearly 50 pesticides are designated as toxic air contaminants, and tens of millions of pounds of these pesticides are applied in the valley each year. Yet CARB SIP continues to largely exclude pesticide emissions, even though pesticides contribute significantly to VOCs, which drive ozone and impose severe health risks. Pesticide use also generates particle-bound drift and secondary organic aerosols, pollution pathways that remain underexamined. The result is that frontline Latino and low-income communities near farm fields continue to suffer the worst exposures while being left out of the state's core attainment strategy. There are many steps that CARB could take, including working with DPR to eliminate the discriminatory 12% pesticide VOC reduction target. California's SIP sets pesticide VOC reduction goals for 5 ozone non-attainment areas, yet the San Joaquin Valley is held to only 12%, while all others are 20%. The valley deserves equal protection. Raise the target to at least 20%. Second, formally study and take into consideration the impact that soil fumigants have on creating degraded, undernourished soil that then results in the overuse of fertilizers that contribute to NOx and VOC inventories. And third, support organic and regenerative agriculture in line with the SPM roadmap that significantly contributes to public health by lowering pesticide and fertilizer use, which would lead to lower NOx and VOC emissions. Thank you.
Thank you. Gloria Alonso. I have activated your mic. Please unmute and you may begin.
Good morning, Chair and board members. My name is Gloria Alonso, and I am representing Little Manila Rising. I work in South Stockton with youth like myself who put their dedication into being part of efforts to change the palpable environmental injustices surrounding our communities. I'll begin by acknowledging that South Stockton has benefited from the Community Air Protections Program, or the CAP program, over the past 6 years. Yet our work to reduce emissions at the local level is minimal compared to our contribution to what all Valley communities need. The failure to attain the 1997 ozone and the 2006 PM 2.5 standards is a certain reminder of this. There's a saying in Spanish that goes, "You can't cover the sun with one finger." Our efforts through the CAP program, though they are small wins, most of them temporary, they're not enough to cover the sun or to address the roots of chronic air pollution that instill fear and put limitations in our everyday lives of Valley residents. We require your leadership in the SIP to closely examine what is going on in communities with major stationary sources. You have the authority to enforce the BAC and BARCT technologies to start with the oldest and largest polluters. You also have the authority to ensure all stationary sources have obtained the valid and surplus offsets because the Air District's emissions reduction credit equivalency system has failed NOx and VOX. When I think about stationary sources, I remember a community garden that my family and many community members visit every single day that is located within 1 mile of a biomass burning facility that operates 24/7. Putting a magnifying glass on these sources will help us rest assured that our communities can enjoy outdoor activities safely. If we are to live up to these commitments, it is important to recognize that real change will come from how your decisions reflect our priorities in the plan.
Thank you. That concludes public testimony for this item. I'll return the microphone back to Chair Sanchez.
Thank you. Thank you. Staff, are there any issues that were raised in the comments that you would like to address?
No, Chair. Thank you.
This is an informational item only, so there's no need to close the record. Board members, the floor is yours. Any questions? Dr. Bombs.
Okay, thank you. I think this is the SIP is an important opportunity and an important tool for us to check in on progress throughout the state. And I really appreciate CARB staff's work to present the current status and the challenges that California is currently experiencing. I know that the report rightly focused on the current federal assault on the California rules and the impact it's having on SIP compliance, but more importantly, on the health of Californians. Clearly, the rollback of these regulations and resources by the current federal administration will cause Californians to be sick, and many will die as a result. I really appreciated the work that you all did to illustrate that, starting with throughout the slideshow, but particularly starting with slide 18, showing the NOx increases, and then slides 19 and 20, showing the increased deaths and cancers. And I think it's on slide 20 where the 3 communities are illustrated. And I think this is a message that really needs to be illuminated throughout the state of California in all of our impacted communities, particularly the 617 communities. And I know that you're working to get that information out to everyone in the state. And I really appreciated the comments that we received today, particularly from those who are living in some of the most polluted communities. These are the faces of the folks that will experience these health effects. And so while we're looking at numbers and we're looking at plans, these are human beings, as we all know, that are going to experience these devastating health consequences. And I know that CARB, with the elimination of some of the tools in the advanced clean fleets and locomotive rules, that CARB's going to have to continue to push back against these assaults, but also develop new ways, alternative ways to move forward to reduce pollution in our communities. And I know that's really the subject of our next agenda item. So I think, as folks have said, we need to focus locally as well as at the state level. So the focus is going to be on the districts, as we've heard throughout our a lot of testimony today, and as many of us have heard for many years, there continues to be serious air pollution throughout the state in some of the key regions, but particularly in the San Joaquin Valley. And much of the non-compliance that we're seeing is an ongoing issue. It is exacerbated by the federal assault, but it is not a new issue. So it's something that we really need to focus on at the local level. And I think CARB needs to do all it can to assist the air districts in enforcing the rules that are on the books, as well as moving forward with new rules that can address some of the key issues that community members and stakeholders have brought up today. Specifically, rules to reduce ammonia, stopping unnecessary wood burning, the retirement of old trucks, and also reduction of pesticides emissions. And so I think CARB is working to ensure that the districts are enforcing their rules and looking at their rules. And I think we need to focus as a board on that a little bit more and provide more assistance. So I know, Dr. Cliff, that you sent a memo to the board, to the CARB board, regarding the San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District Stationary Source Review. And that report found substantial compliance. However, as we all know, the valley is continuing to experience serious air pollution. So I think, given this situation, I'd like to request a future board item where we would have the opportunity to hear that report. The public would have the opportunity to provide input on that report, and we would be able to figure out new ways that we may be able to support the district and that we may be able to move forward. So that would be my request, and I guess a question coming out of this item.
Thank you, Ms. Takvorian. Staff, I'll let you respond to that request. And then I see we have Dr. Pacheco-Warner from the Air District ready to comment as well.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms. Takvorian. So as you noted, we did an extensive review of the district's program. We worked in collaboration with the district. And although, it isn't a noticed item here today, so we, really aren't at liberty to discuss it substantively, we did find that, there was, important work that was being done and improvements in the district's program that were obvious since the review that was done several years ago, I think back. There we go, sorry. And you know, we did meet with stakeholders that were interested in the report, both prior to the release of the report and then after. And it is true that, you know, this was done as CARB staff and the district working together. We did, you know, review information that they submitted to us and had a good exchange back and forth. You know, from our perspective, that was important work to do, but it is something that is extremely time consuming. It did take a lot of staff time to prepare. And, you know, while I appreciate the request, my challenge here is in trying to determine how we do all the work that we're trying to do, especially given the federal attacks, and sort of go back and redo work that we've already done. So, you know, I'm trying to balance those resource issues. And, you know, of course, if the board wants us to agendize an item in the future, we would certainly do that. I think that as we continue to do these annual updates and as we continue to evolve in our analysis of those state implementation plans, hope that we can continue to drive forward progress and use that as the basis for our collaborative work in making air quality progress. We do know that the district has done important work. There's obviously more work to do, and we are collaborating with them on that. The substantial air pollution impacts that the valley experiences comes from mobile sources, which frankly are those things that are under attack by the federal government. So we want to continue to make progress wherever we can. And you'll hear a bit in the next presentation, the work that we're doing to continue to make progress on mobile sources. I think that, you know, our work is best focused on that and collaboration with the district. And, you know, that's kind of what I'm hoping to continue to do as, you know, to implement these programs and the state's SIPs.
Thank you, Dr. Cliff.
Well, I hope other board members also weigh in on that, but I totally appreciate what you're saying, Dr. Cliff, and I know that the capacity is really stretched in no small part because of the assault that we're experiencing. The problem is that these are the same issues that have been raised year after year, decade after decade, and I think we really need an opportunity, and perhaps there's another way that you might suggest after having some consultation with staff that you could come back to us with to really address these mobile sources. Yes, but that's ammonia, wood burning, pesticides. Those are not mobile sources, and those are some of which are under the jurisdiction of the Air District. And I know we've had many robust discussions about this, so I'm looking for a setting in which we can continue to have those discussions and provide that support to the district and to the community. So perhaps we can report back on this if we're not ready to make a decision on it today, but I'll leave it to the rest of the board members and our chair to
Thank
decide
you,
on
Ms.
that.
Takvorian.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Dr. Pacheco Warner, we'll turn to you from the Valley.
Thank you so much. And thank you to staff for the great presentation. To everyone that came to comment either in person and online from the San Joaquin Valley, I just really want to thank you for all you do to advocate for your communities to make sure that they are more breathable for everyone. I can tell you that at the Air District, we are taking an all hands on deck approach, as was mentioned by staff, and there are numerous commitments on regulations that we have not only planned for, but have implemented in the past 4 years that deal with glass melting, boilers, heaters, oil and natural gas facilities, and wood burning. And I do look forward to following those up and definitely seeing how those are implemented and making sure that they are yielding the reductions that we promised they would. I do have to say that while we talk about electrification as a big solution, and for me, that was one of the reasons why I even joined this board is for our zero emission future. We cannot have solutions proposed that are isolated from the realities of our communities. And right now, it does feel like we're in silos talking about that, and it's frustrating because I know that there is a lot of work across agencies and even among CARB staff. However, I am hopeful that we can continue to seek solutions as we already have on the electrification question on many fronts. For us in the San Joaquin Valley, I can tell you that it's not just a question of cost, which many other people around the state have a sense of course. But in the San Joaquin Valley, we have a tremendous infrastructure problem. And so while we can say we will use the best available technology and make everything electric, that won't result in the real-time reductions that the people commenting here whose nephews and children are being affected, that doesn't affect real people on the ground right now. So as we enter this next planning phase, this next update phase, I really want to see how we can work together to make real emission reductions and realistic timelines, of course, that are ambitious both at the stationary and mobile source, that really address reductions for people in the next 10 years, not just in the next 30 years. And I also look forward to seeing how the new data we're gathering in a variety of ways informs us how we can find new opportunities for these emission reductions. As was mentioned by staff, the things that hurt us the most in the San Joaquin Valley in terms of bang for our buck is mobile sources and wood burning and things like charbroilers. And so I think in terms of placing our time and energy, it definitely should be in seeing how we make sure we have an accurate emissions inventory that guides our rulemaking and plans. So to this end, I do thank the staff in the Air District for getting that report done that was asked to be completed by the board on the request of the environmental justice groups. And I really do thank the environmental justice groups who are working hard to ensure that we have the best picture possible of our stationary sources. And I can tell you that personally, I plan to follow up on the memo and ensure that it continues to inform our planning. As we do that, I know that there are policy investments that we could do now that will improve the San Joaquin Valley air today in real time. One of those is the increased funding for programs that turn over dirty mobile source emission technologies, such as tractors and vehicles. And so that is why anytime any of you will step into the San Joaquin Valley, one of the first things you'll hear about in terms of solutions is the farmer funding, which got no dollars this year, right? So there is that piece to add to that. And there's also needs to be an increased political will to address charbroilers, because if we do, and it's a very, very challenging thing, but in terms of these environmental justice communities, if we are science-based, this is a big direct impact in real time for these communities. So I really want to see how we work together on this. Again, thank you to everyone. This is so complex, and I really thank my fellow board members for continuing to engage with the San Joaquin Valley, engage with the residents, engage with environmental justice groups on this. And I hope also with the Air District and CARB now in this next critical phase of having an update to our plans that creates real reductions in real time for people with what we have to work with right now. So, Chair, I do have two questions for staff. One, in terms of what was mentioned around this memo that we received, if you could just speak to any plans that you have in terms of how that will inform the next plan update that we will have in front of us. This to me feels like a way to ensure that the community feels like we've used this data that was gathered to the betterment of our air quality. And the second question is, if you could give us as a board, I know that not everybody was following the findings of our soil NOx scientific group and the final report. So if you could just give us a high-level finding of high-level findings so that we can understand a little bit of what they found in contrast to what we heard from some of our commenters today. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pacheco-Warner. So maybe I'll take those in reverse order. The soil NOx issue that I think Professor Faluna and perhaps others mentioned is the subject of discussion with an expert panel. And I can have staff correct me if I've got this wrong, but my understanding is that the panel did not recommend any specific model. And I think the result of those discussions is that some more information is needed. The claim is that soil NOx could be a large impact. And I think that's something that we need to still continue to evaluate. As I understand it, there isn't enough information to refute that hypothesis at this time. But staff, please follow up and correct me if I've got anything wrong. Getting nods. And then on the first question, since I took them in reverse order, in terms of next steps, I'd like to ask our chief counsel, who also oversees the enforcement division for CARB, and that was the division that was responsible for developing the report that we're discussing. If Shannon can address the next steps on that report and process.
Yeah, thank you, Shannon Dilley. The next steps would be to meet with CVAC, and I believe the meeting is going to be in December. CVAC wanted a little more time to digest the contents of the report. The report is lengthy, and it has a lengthy attachment to it. So the Enforcement Division will be meeting with them, going over the findings and discussing next steps.
Thank you, Chief
Great.
Counsel.
Thank you, staff.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pacheco-Warner. I think, Shannon, as Ms. Takvorian has asked, and as you continue those stakeholder conversations, if staff can continue to consult on options to bring this discussion back to the board, we would really appreciate that. But let me turn now to Senator Stern.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to give my first official congratulations to you for taking the helm of this critical institution at a time of great peril. And just want to say on behalf of not just myself, but the colleagues I represent as the Senate appointee, there's a high degree of confidence in your ability to help us navigate this, as well as the staff who's sort of always been solid, but leadership is a tricky art form, especially nowadays. And I guess the question I wanted to raise with staff here and try to get a little more detail on is just to sort of understand the scope of the challenge that we're facing, as opposed to necessarily what the solutions are right now. The amount of funds and the timing of funds being lost potentially if in fact the federal government decides to treat clean air like a game, like a political game of gotcha, or some way to punish us by hurting people who breathe dirty air, trying to punish somehow over the politics by hurting people, which seems like sort of the MO these days. So I guess I would assume that's their plan. If the sort of in the worst case scenarios, what kind of funding gaps could the state see in the in the relatively near term, and what kind of projects might that impact? Is that data that you all have some more granularity on? I didn't sort of get a ton of that from the staff presentation, and maybe that requires a bit of a follow-up and talking to CTC or Caltrans, or sort of doing a little bit deeper analysis on what the potential harms could be of losing those funds, and the sort of economic side of it, if you will, not just the transportation side. But is there a little more detail maybe you could lend while we're here today? Understand timing and maybe scope?
Yeah, thank you, Senator Stern. It's an important question, and it is something that we're evaluating. In fact, this is the very subject of the joint meeting, which will be held on November 6th, to discuss the transportation conformity impacts of the illegal resolutions and how that might impact transportation projects. The potential is extremely large. I don't have the latest numbers. I know that Caltrans was pulling that information together. They were collecting information from the various regions and, from projects that they were aware of. But these are numbers that are in the tens or perhaps even hundreds of billions of dollars that are, potentially at stake. I will just say briefly that it is our intention to ensure that CARB's work, and as I say, we'll have a lot more information on this at the joint meeting, that is the intention that our work will be in concert with US EPA in such a way that we can continue to navigate this really difficult situation. So we have work that we're doing. We're doing that very closely with the California Transportation Commission and with the Department of Transportation. So we're really in lockstep, and that's a very live question, and we hope to have a much clearer answer in just a few weeks. But I really appreciate that question. It is something that we're seriously looking at.
Thank you, Dr. Cliff. And I guess all I would say is in the next few weeks, I think what will be so important about that joint meeting is just the stakeholders at that table, and the public commentary there is kind of, tends to be of a little different nature than we get here before the Air Board, where we have, those who are on the front lines, environmental justice communities, air quality, those who are sort of on the breathing side, as well as some of the technology side. But in terms of thinking of who's going to have to be part of the coalition to dig our way out of this mess while tools are being taken away from us, at the same exact time, those who build highways, those who rely on, both surface and all other kinds of mobility in this state to make their local economies go, local governments, chambers of commerce, people who are sort of counting on that transportation infrastructure as the lifeblood of the state. I don't know if the risk here has really dawned on everybody. So I would consider, this is the first big eye-opener meeting, but I hope as you start to roll out that more granular information that we can wake up all these other stakeholders that are going to need to be with us here to craft some solutions, because this is a gargantuan challenge in a very bad faith environment. I hope I'm wrong, but thus far it does not seem like folks are fighting fair. So Godspeed on it, and we'll be here to back you up all the way through the legislative process. So thanks again.
Well said, Senator Stern. Thank you. Dr. Bombs.
Thank you. First of all, I do want to congratulate staff for putting together, I think, a good report on our annual SIP progress. I also want to thank all the people that testified, especially those from the San Joaquin Valley. I think many of you know that I've been doing air pollution health effects research in the San Joaquin Valley since about 2000, originally with CARB funding before I was on the board. And I'm continuing to do that research. And so despite the fact that we've made improvements in the air quality in the Central Valley, San Joaquin Valley in particular, we're still seeing health effects at these improved air quality concentrations. So I want to echo both Ms. Takvorian and Dr. Pacheco-Warner concern about the community impacts, continued community impacts of the air quality in the San Joaquin Valley. And, you know, I've been fortunate over the last couple decades to also work with environmental justice organizations in the San Joaquin Valley, specifically the Central California Asthma Collaborative, a long research connection with, and the Central California Environmental Justice Network. So I have a pretty good feel for the situation in the San Joaquin Valley in terms of air quality. And while I totally understand what Dr. Cliff and others have said, that it's mobile sources which are the major contributor to the bad air quality, it's not that stationary sources are something we can ignore. So I support both Ms. Takvorian's and Dr. Pacheco-Warner's concerns, and I would like us to find a way to sort of dive deeper into the stationary source issue in the San Joaquin Valley, not necessarily to bring back the report per se, given the capacity issues which Dr. Cliff mentioned. I think one area which I was very impressed with early on in my time on the board, maybe even before I was on the board, was San Joaquin Valley. The Air Pollution Control District, I think, was the first district to have an ISR, indirect source review policy, and it was in the vanguard of such work then, but that was a couple decades ago. And I think that even though Bill McGavran, I think, said some negative things about the South Coast ISR, I think it's considerably better because it's newer and addresses warehouses better than the current San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District ISR. So I think that's a way to help the air quality situation in the San Joaquin Valley, is to work on improving their ISR to make it more like the South Coast ISR. And what I would really like is a statewide ISR, which I know we're considering, because I think that that is a way for us to make progress on non-mobile sources, non-direct mobile sources. Warehouses bring trucks, and those warehouses get cited, and I mean that by where they are placed, not cited for violations. They're still getting cited in neighborhoods in the Fresno area, for example, that already have greater burden of exposure to air pollution, especially from trucks. So I really think a way forward for this board, for San Joaquin Valley in specific, but I think in general for the state, is to move towards a statewide ISR. So that's the main point I wanted to make, in addition to endorsing what Dr. Pacheco-Warner and Ms. Takvorian have already stated. And the final thing is, in response to Senator Stern's comments about where our funding gaps are, the one that sticks out for me among many, but especially since we're talking about the San Joaquin Valley here, is Farmer. I think Farmer has been a very successful program that both farmers and the community have supported, and it's been effective. And I think we need to get money for Farmer because, as I understand it, we currently have, the legislature didn't appropriate any money for Farmer. So with that, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bombs. Supervisor Ortiz-Legg.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome, Chair Sanchez. It's really nice to have you with us. I am going to continue with the similar comments. And I'm going to use the word opportunity, just to be positive, but this is a very challenging time. But listening to the public comments, thank you everybody for coming in. And it was an extensive staff report, so thank you for that as well. But the opportunity to address our realities and try to balance out the reality that we're also talking about a major agriculture production area. And I'm really focused on the San Joaquin Valley and the entire Central Valley in regards to their conditions. We have major agribusiness, and that's something that we must recognize as a very strategic, important part of our state. In that being said, it was clearly mapped out in those the mapping that was shown to us in our slides that we have certain areas that we really need to be focused on. And I think that we must, as a board and an agency, focus our resources towards these locations. We need to do that with more carrots and incentives, whether it's farmer or otherwise, that in order to address what hasn't been able to be successfully addressed because of the realities is that, there's other parts of our state that really, we don't have that. We don't have those conditions. We don't need to be putting resources or staffing and things like that in areas when we have such a gaping hole, if you will, of impacts of dirty air on individuals. And I think that that's really one of the things that we've got to maybe rethink a little bit more. And we've got technological improvements that could be invested in. Instead of using sticks and more rules and this and that, I think that we really need to be doing the carrots kind of approach on all of these things. In particularly, again, balancing our food production with the emissions that brings. And so that's really my comments here, to continue to pull for to continue to push for low carbon fuel standards. I think it was well stated about the fact that there's just certain electrifications that aren't happening at a quick enough level, and that we have these opportunities to do things right now that could reduce NOx. And so those are my comments. Of course, I'm never going to not have an opportunity to comment on the fact that we at the state level really need to pull off our nuclear moratorium. Central Valley people come to our Diablo Canyon nuclear power plant often and look at what that does for generating, robust, clean energy 24/7. These kinds of opportunities are something that our states really got to wrap their head around and get going on. And so there's a multiple things that we need to in order to address. But dirty air kills. And we've got certain tools in the toolbox. I think we need to put them to work in maybe a little different approach. So thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Supervisor. Seeing no other comments. Yes. Oh, a few more. Dr. Shaheen, floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Sanchez, and so delighted to be working with you on the board. So I was really delighted to hear that Senator Stern raised a comment that I was going to bring to the table on slide 21, which talks about our transportation conformity and the impacts on our funding. As a transportation expert, conformity is near and dear to my heart, and I know exactly how this works. Thank you to the staff for the very robust presentation today. It wasn't the most uplifting, but I think it energizes us to really think creatively, and I'm very excited about the next presentation that I think is going to talk about a lot of additional tools that we might bring to bear. So I'm not going to focus on that in my comments at the moment. What I really want to do is dig in a little bit to the mechanics of the waivers, the modeling, and what we might be doing behind the scenes. And I know staff, you're working on that. All right. So the 2022 roadmap, which was before my time on the board, right, gives us this roadmap to how we're going to achieve it. And it is clearly based on our waivers and relies on our MFAC modeling tools. So I think what got me concerned a lot was our discussion yesterday, staff, about the MFAC model and the implications for our ability to demonstrate conformity, because it is contingent on that model and the reliance on our waivers. So I guess my question is, how are we planning to approach this modeling issue if we don't have the waivers and we don't have concurrence on the use of the model in terms of off-model tools, and how you're potentially working with the metropolitan planning organizations on this, because it gets pretty technical and pretty involved, as I know you're aware. But I would love to hear from the staff a little bit more on the technical side of what we need to be doing to prepare, because we know we've lost the waivers and I think the ability to use MFAC.
Thank you, Dr. Shaheen. So as I mentioned, that will be the subject of the joint meeting. So we'll have a lot more detail when we do that meeting. But briefly, our approach here is to develop off-model adjustments and then work with EPA to get those approved for use. That will then allow for the regional transportation agencies who have to do conformity evaluations, or any of them have to at least have a model that's appropriate for evaluating conformity. That's sort of the first step. The second step will be, looking at the budget, the conformity budgets, and then making a determination as to whether those budgets must be adjusted. And if so, that would be work that we would have to bring back to the board. But I don't want to get too ahead of ourselves on that. The first step is we need to have a model so that we can evaluate conformity. And that's, our first objective, is to get that, to get the off-model adjustments approved.
Thank you, Dr. Cliff. I just know how serious this is. I think conformity was the very first thing I worked on when I arrived in California. The other comment I just wanted to make is I think all of the stakeholders, so many of you traveled so far to come and share your feedback. And I was really touched by a comment letter that I read last night from the Central Valley Air Quality Coalition, CVAC, and we've heard from them. They called in today, and they gave us a letter that talked a lot about their concerns about air quality in San Joaquin Valley, and my colleagues on the board have also mentioned this, but there were a number of recommendations along with aggressive ICR tools or indirect source rule tools, but there were many recommendations, and I would love to work with staff or others to just work through those lists of recommendations so I can better understand which ones we might exercise and which ones we may have more limited control over. I'm not going to list them, but I think there's, just ballparking it, about 10 different recommended strategies. So I just got this letter last evening, so I haven't had a lot of time to do research on each of the recommendations, but would love to talk with the staff more on that. So thank you, Chair.
Great. Dr. Shaheen, thank you. Mr. Rechtschaffen.
Thank you. I'm going to build on what was just said by my colleagues. I appreciate the very detailed compliance report from CARB staff, and that was responsive to our direction last year to look at the highest emitting sources in the San Joaquin Valley. Can we build on the suggestions of my fellow board members to give us some additional update or sense of what any new tools the San Joaquin Valley is thinking about, some of the recommendations in the CVAC letter? I know we say in our report from July that we're committed to continue to work with the district on various tools in addition to our statewide tools. You can see there's a lot of ongoing interest in that. So without creating additional workload, I'd ask Dr. Cliff and others to think about how we can remain involved and updated on this important area.
Thank you, Mr. Rechtschaffen. Councilmember Guerra, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, and also publicly congratulations on your appointment. Wanted to first off not miss the opportunity to also recognize some successes. I do thank the staff for recognizing the Sacramento Valley reaching its ozone attainment, ground level ozone. And to that point, it's as was mentioned by Dr. Baum, that when we meet those attainments, it's real real health benefits. We're talking about significant changes to quality of life, to the point where I remember doing a survey in 2020 as part of our other local initiatives, and air quality ranked above 66%. And we did one recently, and air quality ranked actually around in the 39%. And that's because in the summer, it's a lot better. We also had a few, cooler weeks, but still, I mean, I think that it goes to show that the public responds when we do have those challenges. The success, though, I think came from what we have here in the region. One, obviously, direction from this body and the work that this staff does, but also a strong partnership, the Clean Air Partnership, with our 5 air districts in the area: Yolo, Solano, Feather River, which is Yuba and Sutter, Sacramento, El Dorado, and Placer County, all pulling together, both agricultural, Sierra, urban, metropolitan, suburban, and also our community advocates, Breed Sacramento, but most importantly, in that conversation with our industry partners. And when we would also go to DC, even this year, including this year, our industry partners were with us. And I think that moving forward, with figuring out how we all work together and at the local level is that what has helped us drive that direction forward. And we see those trends. If you look at where Sacramento's trend came down, it came down pretty significantly because we looked at how to maximize a number of our incentives. Carl Moyer being one, obviously, and the other one being farmer. And so to the question about where are the gaps? I mean, for Sacramento Valley, I mean, this is one of the largest agricultural production areas as well, when it comes to not only just tomatoes across the river, but walnuts to the north, and even the wine and grape industry. So all to say is, I think clearly the incentive programs have been helping our farmers stay competitive and also transition. And I think that's a key piece to highlight. The last point I wanted to recognize is I want to highlight more the issue as well as the real-time reductions. And as we do continue to submit the ambitious goals, even in Sacramento County, while our partnership has service sectors from PG&E and others, even in Sacramento County, where SMUD is very aggressive on this, the challenges of being able to electrify, and even municipalities being able to electrify has been an issue. So finding alternatives, and what we do here to find alternatives to the older diesel fleets, I think is increasingly important. Yes, we did electrify, and I want to take this opportunity to brag about having the largest school bus fleet in the nation. Yes. Electrified, and the second largest electric school bus fleet in the nation, also in Sacramento County. So, but that said, it's not the enough. So the fact that we were able to transition a lot of our older diesel trucks out into natural gas, a lot of our solid waste trucks, and most of those solid waste facilities, those landfills, are in South Sacramento, in my neighborhood, and transition those diesel out of that into natural gas. Those are real-time implications, and we've gotten to that level of ozone attainment. So yes, we have a direction where we're going, but I do think it's important that the real-time benefits and what we do to change the air quality today and not 30 years from now is just as important, because if not, the alternative, and we had this conversation during the first ACF, is the alternative is relying on exemptions for those older vehicles. So I'll just leave it at that and say I appreciate where we're moving on in ensuring our primary responsibility, which is public health here. And excited to also, again, let's not also forget that we have had some major successes. And I was sharing to my colleague here where we were in 2000 and 2024. I mean, that shows significant improvement. And I think that should be recognized. And for our staff here at CARB, they should be recognized for those successes. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Council Member. And great transition to our next item with your electric bus fleet, school bus fleet. Good news. I am seeing Assemblymember Jackson. Is that you asking for the floor? No. Okay, great. Still figuring out how folks are grabbing attention. I'll wrap up this item and transition us by just thanking staff. It's my understanding this is the first annual statewide SIP update that the board directed last year. So thank you. A tremendous amount of work and critical challenges ahead, but nowhere to go but forward. I will say this is my third week on the job. During my second week on the job, I had the privilege of going to the San Joaquin Valley Air District, meeting with the board, staff, and stakeholders. And what I heard from the board member discussion, staff, as you continue the consultations, the meeting with CVAC, for example, to propose back to us options on settings for how we keep this critical work moving forward. A lot of focus on mobile sources, but rightfully so, and attention on stationary sources as well. So thank you very much. We are now going to turn to the next item on the agenda, which is item number 25-7-3. Public meeting to hear an informational update on Executive Order N2725 regarding zero-emission vehicles. As I'll welcome the staff, board members take a little stretch break. We do have guest speakers with us that have a hard stop, so I am powering through. If you are here with us in the room and wish to comment on this item, please fill out a request to speak card as soon as possible. Submit it to a board assistant. If you are joining us remotely and wish to comment on this item, please click raise hand button or dial *9 now. We will first call on in-person commenters, followed by any remote commenters when we get to the public comment portion of this item. Since the California Air Resources Board was created nearly 60 years ago, our population has doubled and our vehicle use has tripled. Yet we have reduced many air pollutants by 75 to 99%, as we just celebrated in the last item. With nearly 30% of new cars sold in California being zero emission, which the governor announced a few weeks ago, and the state hitting its goal of 2 million ZEVs years ahead of schedule, California's support for clean cars is unmatched. Today, the state is home to a thriving zero-emission vehicle market, including 56 zero-emission vehicle manufacturers, and maintains a statewide network exceeding 200,000 public and shared private chargers, with 22,000 units added just since March of this year. But while California has made major advances on air quality, its geography and persistent pollution challenges mean the work is not over. As we discussed in the last item, recent illegal federal efforts purporting to revoke California's Clean Air Act waivers have cast uncertainty on our ability to achieve statewide climate and public health goals. With millions of Californians living in areas with unhealthy air quality, we must fight back against federal attacks on clean air that put the health of every Californian at risk. And as the planet continues to suffer from the consequences of unchecked carbon pollution, CARB's mission requires that we use science and innovation to continue to tackle the climate crisis, particularly as vulnerable populations are hit hardest by both pollution and climate impacts. In the wake of these unprecedented federal actions, Governor Newsom issued Executive Order N7525 on June 2nd, 2025, at an event on the roof of this building, in fact. The governor's order calls on several state agencies, including the California Air Resources Board, the California Energy Commission, the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development, the California State Transportation Agency, and the Department of Consumer Affairs to propose strategies for expanding zero-emission vehicle use across all vehicle types and making clean transportation affordable, reliable, and accessible. In response to the governor's executive order, CARB and our fellow agencies, many of them here today, issued a report on August 19th, earlier this year. This report is part of a comprehensive strategy to build on our previous efforts, including the Governor's Executive Order N7920, which established zero-emission vehicle deployment targets for vehicles to improve air quality and reduce greenhouse gas emissions, as well as Assembly Bill 1279, which set a goal for carbon neutrality by 2045. State agencies convened public sessions to help shape recommendations for the report that are both practical and durable, while advancing public health, climate action, and economic resilience. As next steps to follow these recommendations, CARB is pursuing efforts to continue leading the nation in clean transportation innovation while growing and stabilizing the zero-emission vehicle market in the long term. Dr. Cliff, would you please introduce the item?
Thank you, Chair Sanchez. And with your permission, we're going to shake things up a little bit here since we have guest speakers who need to get moving. So I'm going to turn it over to Benjamin Gramajo Ensensberger to introduce our guest speakers, and then we'll come back and do our staff presentation. Ben.
Great.
Thank you, Dr. Steve. First to speak is James Hacker, Undersecretary at the California State Transportation Agency.
There we go. Good morning or good afternoon, I guess. Thank you, members of the board. Thank you to Chair Sanchez. I'm James Hacker, Undersecretary of the California State Transportation Agency. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today regarding CalSA's efforts to advance the adoption of zero-emission vehicles and our response to the governor's recent executive order, which the chair graciously introduced, seeking to further drive that adoption in the wake of federal actions, stepping away from some of those efforts. Zero-emission, or CalSA's interest in clean vehicles, is grounded in what we call our core 4 priorities for transportation, which guide a lot of the work that we do. And those core 4 are safety, equity, climate action, and economic prosperity. Zero-emission vehicles align strongly with these priorities. And like CARB, we believe that zero-emission and clean vehicles are one of the best tools that we have to reduce harmful pollution that harms public health, damages disadvantaged and vulnerable communities, and destabilizes the planet's climate. And so as an agency, we are committed to using the authority and tools that we have to advance the transition to clean vehicles. State law gives CalSTA departments several forms of authority relevant to the advancement of ZEVs. First, as an infrastructure owner, CalSTA oversees the construction, management, and maintenance of state-owned transportation infrastructure, predominantly, but they're not entirely by Caltrans. We own and permit charging stations on our right-of-way and administer vehicle weight regulations, tolling, and managed lane programs. Second, as a large fleet manager and employer, CalSTA oversees several departments with very large vehicle fleets, including Caltrans and the California Highway Patrol. And we're using that scale and the size of those fleets to help scale up ZEV deployment statewide by procuring them for our fleets and building the necessary charging infrastructure to support their daily operations. Third, as a funding agency, CalSTA and our departments allocate billions of dollars in transportation funding each year across many state programs through mostly Caltrans and the California Transportation Commission. This money goes to support things such as conventional infrastructure, as well as fleet and public charging infrastructure and the procurement of zero-emission trains, buses, and other transit equipment. Areas and programs of focus for that ZEV funding includes the Transit and Intercity Rail Capital Program, the Solutions for Congested Corridors Program, and the Trade Corridor Enhancement Program. We also administer federal transportation funds received by the state, including the National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure, or NEVI program. And lastly, as a motor vehicle regulator, CalSTA oversees the safe operation of vehicles in California through the DMV, who administers the licensing and registration of drivers, vehicles, dealers, and manufacturers. We also oversee the new Motor Vehicle Board, who interfaces with vehicle dealers to ensure consumer protection. In response to the governor's executive order in June, Secretary Omishakin directed CalSTA staff to evaluate all of the opportunities that exist under these authorities to help further accelerate ZEV adoption across the state. In consultation with our departments, outside stakeholders, and our interagency colleagues, including through a series of public hearings convened by our colleagues here at CARB, we identified a robust set of policy and programmatic actions to accelerate ZEV adoption within CalSTA's areas of jurisdiction. Several of these recommendations are highlighted in the joint ZEV Forward report that was published in August. They include, first, prioritizing funding and build-out of charging and fueling infrastructure along major corridors in the state, including the SB 671 clean freight corridors and the NEVI alternative fuel corridors, advancing the reliability of agency-owned and funded EV chargers, accelerating EV charging infrastructure installation by streamlining the permitting requirements in coordination of those actions for agency-funded and installed chargers along our right-of-way. Maximizing the use of existing transportation funding programs to support ZEVs and ZEV infrastructure in consultation with Caltrans and the CTC. Prioritizing the procurement of zero-emission vehicles for CalS's large agency fleets and the installation of the charging infrastructure necessary to support them. Updating the guidelines for funding programs supporting local governments and transit vehicle procurement to increase ZEV purchases outside of ours or purview, and developing statewide cooperative purchasing strategies to aid local government agencies in procuring those ZEVs at the lowest possible cost. We're currently actively engaged in work streams to move several of these recommendations forward and are working in partnership with the Governor's Office, CARB, and other state agencies to prioritize additional actions on this list that may help further accelerate ZEV deployment. I greatly appreciate CARB's leadership in driving interagency collaboration on this effort, and we look forward to your continued partnership. Please don't hesitate to contact me or my staff at CalSTA if you have questions or suggestions for ways in which we can further enhance this effort, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Undersecretary.
Next up, we have Tyson Eckrell, Senior Advisor for Clean Infrastructure Mobility at the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development.
Oh, yeah. Oh, do I need to start over? He told me to start over. Okay, so I'm Tyson Eckerly, Senior Advisor at GoBiz, and it's great to be here. And then so on my bike ride in, I was thinking about, well, a couple of things happened. One, I passed a school bus. It happened to be electric. And the only weird thing about that was that it was parked in a weird spot. But it was pretty cool because you see a lot of electric school buses. With Councilman Guerra, like we made a lot of progress. And the other thing I was noticing is, you know, there's a lot of beautiful fall gardens out there. And I think building a ZEV market is kind of like growing a garden. And I think a year ago, if you look at it, like we had our soil balance, the amendments, everything was growing. We were kind of in the weeding and pruning phase of market development, you know, kind of this in expansion, right? And people were eating and everybody was happy. And then this past year, a massive hurricane came through and it destroyed the garden. It destroyed the store that we go to, you know, plant the garden. And now we're left faced with, okay, how do we pick up the pieces? And so with that, I'm very grateful for how the governor is stepping in and with this executive order, because that's really what this is about, right? Like to get this all right, we have to get that system back in balance, and we're all here together. You know, it's representation on the interagency part. It's working together as a system. It's really distracting having these big picture of yourself up here. But I think it reinforces that foundational, that system approach, right? And so if you look at EV charging as an example, we do a lot of work streamlining permitting, but if the energization process takes too long, you don't have the chargers there. On the hydrogen side, there's lots of investors wanting to do supply, but if you don't have the offtake agreement signed up, you can't get the investment to flow. And so it's all about that system balance. Our job at GoBiz is really to help us all tend to that system, kind of have that system of gardeners in place so that we're all working together. And I think especially now, it's really important to make sure that that system is enabling private sector investment. And so we spend a lot of time talking to the private sector, trying to understand like how our policies are helping, hurting, what we can do as a system to help make those investments flow. And I think that, you know, working together, we can really translate a lot of that input. And I know we all talk to the private sector, but into making that, like our state actions, making them more tenable for them. And I think we've already shown collectively, like as Chair Sanchez had pointed out, that this approach really works. Let's see, hold on, I lost my place here. You know, really with well thought out design, we can enable market things. And a good example that came up just recently is it related to the hydrogen hub. Now, unfortunately, as you probably saw in the news, the DOE announced the cancellation of the hydrogen hub, or they're pulling out of the hydrogen hub on October 1st. I think the only thing perhaps more poetic would have been if they waited till October 8th, which is National Hydrogen Day, because the atomic weight of hydrogen is, you know, 1.008. But they didn't do that. But we got a little bit of luck with that because over the summer, we put out a request for qualifications to pre-qualify OEMs for a 5,000 fuel cell electric truck program. And the idea there was like, how much money would you need to reach total cost of ownership that's competitive with diesel if we designed a system that included the OEMs, the fleets, the station providers, the service providers, And, what would it take for you to do that? We got a really robust response. So 3 OEMs responded, 1 conversion manufacturer, and 3 component suppliers. And they had connection directly to about 5,000 trucks. So we're currently scoring those now, and it's an opportunity for the state to continue leading. If those scores come back well and it works for us, we can continue to push that market forward. And so I think if you look at this, really what we're looking for is, can we create certainty for investors? And that's really what they love. They love certainty. And we have to do that by addressing every part of the value chain. And so if you look at Jobs First was released over in February, right? It's our economic plan, blueprint plan. We had 13 regional plans that fed up into that statewide economic plan. 12 of them had the clean economy was a priority, and then 6 of them called out zero-emission vehicles and hydrogen. And we have a tremendous opportunity working actually from the ground up with the local level to build out those networks and frameworks to make sure that we have the jobs available and the family supporting jobs to build out the market as needed. And so in closing, I just wanted to share our deep commitment to collaborating across all the state agencies and helping to coordinate and make sure that we keep this stuff going forward and we can start growing that garden again. We have a really, really strong foundation to build on. And I think with this team, I feel very good and gracious to be part of the state of California. And thank you.
Thank you, Tyson. Thank you for all your gardening.
All right, next up, Jennifer Califoot, Deputy Director for the Fuel and Transportation Division at the California Energy Commission.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity to speak, and thank you to CARB's leadership in coordinating the efforts to respond to the governor's executive order. My name is Jen Califoot. I'm a Deputy Director at the California Energy Commission, or the CEC. The CEC has been an active participant in this process and the development of the recommendations to the governor. In particular, the CEC is the state lead in ZEV charging and refueling infrastructure deployment and supports all the recommendations provided to the governor, including to develop incentive and rebate programs for ZEV infrastructure and to increase the reliability, accessibility, and utilization of ZEV charging and refueling. Our goal is that charging your EV or refueling your fuel cell vehicle should be easier and smarter than refueling with gas. Currently, as was already stated, we're tracking over 200,000 publicly available EV charging stations statewide, resulting in nearly every Californian living within 10 minutes of an EV fast charger. Chargers can be found at grocery stores, park and ride lots, even gas stations, whereas share chargers can be found in apartment complexes, workplaces, doctor's offices, sports facilities, and other parking areas. This statewide network of public and shared chargers is in addition to the estimated 800,000 EV chargers installed in people's homes. Despite federal headwinds, California has doubled down on improving the state's charging network and making it easier than ever to own a zero-emission vehicle. The CEC has been and continues to focus our efforts on advancing this goal. And let me highlight a few of our recent and upcoming activities that will support the governor's executive order. Just a few weeks ago, on October 8th, which I just learned was Hydrogen Day, the Energy Commission voted to adopt a first-in-the-nation regulation on EV reporting and reliability standards. Specifically, these regulations require EV charging companies to report their inventory for nearly all EV chargers operating in California, except those at private residents. This reporting will enable the CEC to track the number and types of chargers operating in California to ensure that we can reach our goals. This regulation also requires reporting on the reliability of publicly or ratepayer-funded DC fast chargers to ensure that they're operating and providing value to Californians. Specifically, under the regulation, DC fast chargers must meet a minimum of a 97% uptime performance standard going forward. These regulations were developed through an extensive public process that spanned many, many months of public engagement, including 6 public workshops and the publication of 2 drafts of the regulatory language. This was followed by a formal rulemaking process, which included more public comment period. Mass market adoption of EVs is critical to reaching our clean energy goals. Even the perception that public EV chargers are not reliable presents a significant barrier to EV adoption. These regulations will benefit Californians by enabling the Commission to help ensure that EV charging is accessible, available, and reliable. In regards to future investments in ZEV infrastructure, upcoming on December 8th at our Commission's board meeting, the Commission is scheduled to vote on the Clean Transportation Program Investment Plan Update. This investment plan is updated annually to allocate new funding for various ZEV infrastructure projects, including across the light-duty, medium-duty, and heavy-duty vehicle sectors. This annual update is an opportunity to inform the public of California's ZEV infrastructure progress and to gather feedback. To start with, the investment plan proposes close to $98.5 million in clean transportation funding for light-duty charging infrastructure for this fiscal year to support near-term efforts and gaps in the funding. While this is significant, medium and heavy-duty ZEV infrastructure continues to be an important priority for clean transportation program investments. The CEC currently has 3 open funding opportunities for medium and heavy-duty ZEV infrastructure at ports, the implementation of medium and heavy-duty ZEV infrastructure blueprints, and depot charging and hydrogen refueling infrastructure for medium and heavy-duty on-road ZEVs. These solicitations, which opened in September of 2025, total up to $120 million for this sector. The 2025 state budget also includes around $38 million in supplemental greenhouse gas reduction funds for non-light-duty zero-emission vehicle infrastructure for this fiscal year. This further increases the amount of funding available within the medium and heavy-duty infrastructure segment. While I've only hit on some of the highlights for this year, in total, the CTP investment plan update is allocating around $365 million in funding from this fiscal year through 2028. This investment plan was developed over the course of the last year and includes consulting the Clean Transportation Advisory Committee, the Disadvantaged Communities Advisory Group, and multiple public meetings. Before adopting the investment plan at a CEC business meeting, the CEC expects to convene another advisory committee meeting and release another version of the report. If adopted, proposed investments outlined in the investment plan will help expand ZEV infrastructure and workforce development projects in California communities that will accrue health, environmental, and economic benefits from these programs. Thank you for this opportunity to speak this morning, and I look forward to the remaining discussion today.
Thank you, Jennifer, and congratulations to the Commission on the reliability standards.
Thank you.
Deeply appreciate all your work to ensure that Californians have the infrastructure they need to make our ZEV reality a part of our future. Over to the PUC. That was not your formal introduction.
Yeah.
Sorry, Board Clerk.
We've got Matt Caldwell, Distribution Planning Branch Manager at the California Public Utilities
Thank you,
Commission.
Ben.
Thank you. I have my notes on my computer, and my computer's about to die, so I'm going to move pretty quickly here. So first of all, I guess not good morning, good afternoon, Chair Sanchez. Congratulations, members of the board. It's truly an honor to be here today before the California Air Resources Board to speak on behalf of the California Public Utilities Commission. So I really thank CARB for inviting us here today to make a few remarks on the joint agency report in response to the governor's executive order. I want to first acknowledge CARB's leadership in this effort and the fantastic interagency coordination that's occurred over the past few months. And I know he's not here, but I wanted to specifically acknowledge CARB staff, Andrew Martinez, in his role in really providing a lot of leadership in this effort. So I hear he's on vacation, but a shout out anyway. So the joint agency report contains several impactful strategies and actions. And while much more can be done, that the various state agencies can take to further the already impressive deployment of zero-emission vehicles in California. So for its part, the CPUC is committed to implementing the actions the response. And while much more can be done, we are in fact actively implementing many of the key actions identified in the report already. So just for example, the joint agency report, as previously was mentioned, recommends accelerating infrastructure build out, in part to minimize delay in bringing needed charging infrastructure online. That includes strategies to create faster electric utility energization processes, as well as flexible service connections. So the CPUC currently has multiple open proceedings that are in various stages of discussion in implementing these strategies. So I want to highlight two key decisions that were approved by the CPUC in 2024. One that was issued in the energization proceeding at the CPUC that established average and maximum customer energization target timelines that really seek to accelerate the utility energization effort. In that same decision, there are a variety of different data reporting requirements that the utilities must submit to the CPUC on a biannual basis. Second was also a decision in 2024 that directs the utilities, the electric utilities, to make various improvements to their distribution planning processes. That includes implementing proactive planning measures to ready the grid for future energization needs for all types of loads, but for ZEV charging as well. Currently, the CPUC is considering strategies to maximize the utilization of existing utility-side infrastructure to support ZEVs, mainly by providing customers flexible service agreement options. And to explain what that is these types of flexible service agreements can allow customers that are facing, their projects are facing utility-side infrastructure capacity constraints and energization delays. And so these agreements allow these customers to energize their sites earlier than expected by allowing them to use all the available capacity that's available while the additional capacity to serve the entirety of their load is in construction. So sort of a bridging solution to full energization. CPUC also continues to work really closely with CARB on the low carbon fuel standard holdback programs that are currently being implemented by the electric utilities. And there's numerous programs that are funded by these funds. And I'll just give you a few examples. So it's a pre-owned EV rebates, which are sort of post-purchase rebates for used EVs. There's a drayage truck purchase rebates, as well as affordable public charging, which essentially is a public EV charging credit to income qualified customers via prepaid debit card. And so I'll just end by saying that the CPUC really looks forward to the continued coordination and collaboration with all of our sister agencies, including CARB, to keep the California's ZEV deployment momentum moving forward. So I thank you.
Thank you, Ben. I have a 1-year-old son, and they say raising a child takes a village. It also takes a village to make sure we can achieve all of our ZEV goals across the state. So I am deeply, deeply grateful to our sister agencies for taking the time, not just to all of the day-to-day work you are doing on this agenda, but the work going into the report back to the governor, and for joining us today. Thank you very much. We are now going to take a break for lunch and come back for lunch. From lunch, hear the staff presentation and move to public comment on this agenda item. Shifting things around due to the technical issues. We will be meeting in a closed session as authorized by Government Code Section 11126E, and as indicated in the public notice for today's meeting. In approximately 1 hour after that closed session, the board will reconvene to hear the staff presentation, public comment, and board discussion on this agenda item. Thank you very much. See you a little before 2. Rock and roll. All right. Please come to order. The meeting of the California Air Resources Board is now in session. The board met in a closed session and no action was taken by the board. Dr. Cliff, please resume the agenda item.
Thank you, Chair Sanchez. California has made extraordinary progress towards our clean air goals, yet our unique geography and persistent air pollution continue to present challenges. This fact is undeniable when 5 of the nation's 10 most polluted cities are right here in California. With over 10 million Californians living in non-attainment zones, the shift to zero-emission vehicles must accelerate now, not later, for the real health of our people and the future that we want to build. Thousands of scientists from around the world are not wrong. Recent illegal federal efforts are denying reality and telling every victim of climate-driven fires and floods not to believe what's right before their eyes. Americans, and indeed the world, will not be fooled by this administration. Unchecked climate emissions are wreaking havoc across the country. From Californians to China, none of us are immune. The progress we've made with clean air vehicles has shown what's possible, not only for our own communities, but for others around the globe following our example. Our influence extends far beyond our borders, not because we compel it, but because our success is a source of inspiration. In developing the recommendations for future action, state agencies hosted a series of public sessions to hear from community members, tribal representatives, environmental leaders, industry experts, fleet operators, and others on ways to increase the uptake of zero-emission vehicles across California. In these facilitated discussion sessions, participants had the option to respond publicly, anonymously, or submit written comments through a public docket. These activities help build ongoing communications between the public and state agencies, ensuring clean transportation solutions reflect community needs. More than 1,000 Californians took part, and almost 200 more provided written comments and suggestions. Participants offered many ideas for the increased uptake of zero-emission vehicles in California, not all of which could be included in the report or the presentation today. We will continue to explore all avenues for emission reductions and zero-emission vehicle deployment, including those not discussed in the report and the presentation. CARB, together with our partner agencies, developed a clear framework to speed the uptake of light, medium, and heavy-duty zero-emission vehicles across California. It focused on 3 great aims: affordability, infrastructure, and market growth. Built on 6 pillars: investment, incentives, infrastructure, fuel pricing, regulations, and procurement. As the state moves towards implementation, it will be critical to continue engagement, especially with low-income communities of color facing historical barriers. We will ensure all communities realize the benefits from these recommendations, and we will continue working beside California's partners who have joined our statewide pursuit of those 3 great aims, leading towards making clean air a priority. Alongside these core concepts, we are working on a comprehensive framework of implementation strategies under the governor's executive order. This framework encompasses the design of new regulatory programs, accelerating the deployment of clean air vehicles, and advancing those innovative technologies that reduce greenhouse gases, criteria air pollutants, and toxic emissions from vehicles traveling along California's streets and highways. We will elevate those industry leaders who join us in setting the pace for California's clean transportation future, while strengthening interagency collaboration to ensure this progress endures. I will now ask Benjamin Gramajo Ensensberger of the Mobile Source Control Division to begin the staff presentation. Ben.
Thank you, Dr. Cliff and members of the board. It is my pleasure to provide an update on the multi-agency response to Executive Order N2725 and outline CARB's next steps as we drive forward with our commitment to zero-emission vehicle technology. We'll start with a brief overview of the executive order and direction provided by the governor. Next, we'll walk through the ZEV Forward public outreach process used to develop the executive order report, highlighting overarching themes and feedback we received. Then, examine the 6 priority recommended actions developed through multi-agency and public collaboration that form the heart of the report. Finally, we will look ahead with Drive Forward, CARB's next steps plan to turn these recommendations into action, sustain momentum on zero-emission vehicle deployment, and deepen emission reductions across the transportation sector. Before we begin, let's acknowledge some of the state's most recent accomplishments and success stories. Zero-emission vehicles have become one of California's top exports. In Q3, 29% of vehicles sold in California were zero emission, making us home to the #1 zero emission vehicle market in the nation. This has allowed us to meet our advanced clean trucks goals ahead of schedule, thanks to 56 zero emission vehicle manufacturers across the state supporting over 26,000 Californian jobs. We've also seen statewide charging infrastructure continue to expand at a rapid pace, which currently includes more than 200,000 electric vehicle chargers and 68 hydrogen stations. We proudly share these achievements made possible through the pragmatic determination of those who understand the urgency, science, and selflessness in addressing climate change for the greater good. Now, let's take a step back and understand how we got here. Throughout 2025, multiple actions have challenged California's environmental policies and commitment to clean air. As you just heard in the State Implementation Plan presentation, recent illegal and unconstitutional moves by the current federal administration have led to a critical shortfall in emission reductions and directly undermined CARB's regulatory authority to protect public health. At the same time, shifting federal priorities and budget uncertainties have shaken vehicle market confidence in clean technologies. Cuts in zero-emission funding, especially the recent expiration of the federal tax credits, have raised serious concerns about affordability and access. These setbacks underscore a need for galvanized action across California. With transportation responsible for 60% of the state's criteria and smog-forming pollutants and 40% of greenhouse gas emissions, the state must continue cutting vehicle emissions to meet national ambient air quality standards, fulfill state goals, fight climate change, and protect public health. Over 17.3 million Californians experienced unhealthy levels of one or more toxic air pollutants this past year, contributing to increased rates of asthma, heart disease, and lung disease. Thus, there is more work to be done. To meet our state's goals, including carbon neutrality by 2045 and zero-emission vehicle and infrastructure targets, California agencies must work together hand in hand with the public to drive progress forward. On June 12, 2025, Governor Newsom signed Executive Order N2725, doubling down on California's commitment to zero-emission vehicles. This new directive reinforces previously set targets and kicks off a bold next chapter in clean transportation. The most recent executive order calls on CARB, the California Energy Commission, Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development, California State Transportation Agency, and Department of Consumer Affairs to deliver fresh recommendations that will accelerate zero-emission vehicle adoption, expand infrastructure, and strengthen consumer protections. Additionally, the California Public Utilities Commission and Department of General Services are key partners in these efforts. CARB will also launch and maintain public-facing lists that highlight entities leading the charge on zero-emission vehicles to help guide state incentives and procurement decisions. Finally, the executive order directs CARB to begin the next phase of regulatory actions that cut toxic emissions from light, medium, and heavy-duty vehicles, moving California closer to a cleaner, healthier future. In response to the executive order, the ZEV Forward initiative was established as a collaborative effort between the public and state government to shape California's clean transportation future. This effort informed the recommendation report that was submitted to Governor Newsom and published on CARB's ZEV Forward webpage on August 19, 2025. ZEV Forward unites all of California's clean air strategies under one banner, sending a clear signal to industry that a strong zero-emission vehicle market is essential for honoring clean air commitments. And just as importantly, it reaffirms that every Californian has a voice in the journey ahead. The ZEV Forward dialogue sessions were initiated to bring together expertise from the public, industry, and state government to collaborate and advance clean vehicle technology. Together, the agencies held multiple dialogue sessions throughout California to receive public feedback and direction in accordance with the executive order. Attendees included community members, environmental leaders, industry experts, and fleet operators. The in-person dialogue sessions held in Fresno, Sacramento, and Long Beach discussed different aspects of ZEV Forward, including agriculture and heavy-duty trucking industries, light-duty vehicles and incentives, infrastructure, and ports. An additional evening dialogue session was held online as an open forum. The discussions were formatted to optimize participation from communities that are most likely to be affected by these recommendations. In total, we had approximately 1,100 cumulative participants and received over 190 written comments. Discussion topics centered on maintaining ZEV deployment momentum, refining program design to align with air quality and climate objectives, exploring non-financial incentives, and making sure every Californian benefits from the outcomes of ZEV Forward. 3 pulse points emerged from the dialogue sessions, each extending beyond individual agencies and pointing to what California must do to accelerate zero-emission vehicle adoption. Affordability came first. Participants shared bold ideas to reduce the initial upfront cost of zero-emission vehicles, such as cutting registration fees, lowering sales tax, and stabilizing clean fuel pricing. The message was clear that California must continue investing in infrastructure and vehicle incentives that stack with local funding programs to maximize benefits. Infrastructure was the second pulse point. Participants stressed the need to expand infrastructure into frontline communities that disproportionately feel the burden of poor air quality. Trucking industry leaders called for reliable charging routes along key freight corridors, and community groups expressed need for a faster permitting process to get chargers on the ground. Finally, the market itself was a driving topic. There were robust discussions around where zero-emission vehicles are thriving and where they are not. Commenters underscored the importance of considering the used vehicle market in future strategies. Across the board, there was consensus that California must keep backing those who are ready to invest in a cleaner future, even in uncertain times. It is clear that this work is beyond what CARB or any one agency is able to accomplish alone. Dialogue from these sessions directly shaped recommendations across 6 priority areas, which we will explore next. Not all ideas heard from the public were included in the priority agency recommendations, and we are continually exploring new concepts. The publication of the report is not the finish line, but is a milestone in an ongoing collaborative journey. With the success of renewable fuel and zero-emission transportation in California, encouraging private investment through the Low Carbon Fuel Standard and California Clean Fuel Rewards Program supports heavy-duty zero-emission vehicle adoption and clean energy innovation. These programs spur economic growth across the state that results in more affordable electric vehicles, green-collar job growth in renewable infrastructure, and lower healthcare costs. With federal uncertainty clouding the road ahead, incentives are at the forefront of our state strategy to keep zero-emission vehicles and infrastructure affordable and accessible for all. Multi-year stability in the zero-emission vehicle market will deliver real benefits in communities hit hardest by air pollution. Monetary incentives are especially critical to enabling early zero-emission vehicle adoption, helping Californians make the switch before new regulations kick into effect. Non-monetary incentives are useful long-term tools to shape public behavior and build lasting change. This can be accomplished through the development of equitable pathways to clean transportation careers, supported by apprenticeships, college courses, and certification programs. These ensure that a sustainable workforce is available to support the wide-scale deployment of zero-emission vehicles and infrastructure across California. Reliable infrastructure remains one of the largest barriers to zero-emission vehicle adoption for both everyday drivers and commercial fleets. 4 recommendations to break this barrier include accelerating expansion, prioritizing major corridors, increasing reliability and access, and maximizing existing funding. Zero-emission vehicle fueling costs have a direct impact on the total cost of ownership. Stabilization of these costs plays a significant role in reducing the overall price gap between a zero-emission vehicle and conventionally fueled vehicle. From joint efforts conducted with the public, agencies recommended the development of new regulatory programs that address consumer protection and ensure that overburdened communities see the benefits of reduced emissions. Later in this presentation, we will highlight additional efforts that CARB is exploring to further drive the market forward and continue to reduce emissions. The report additionally recommends leveraging the state's purchasing power as a market participant and 4th largest economy in the world to explore options for updating funding guidelines that incorporate zero-emission vehicle-first purchasing policies in procurement and contracts, and explore prioritizing installation of electric vehicle infrastructure. Legislature plays a critical role in providing CARB new authority, reinforcing CARB's existing regulatory authority, and reducing total cost of ownership, making zero-emission vehicles more affordable across the state. Legislative engagement helps ensure efficient implementation, minimizes legal uncertainties, and provides new opportunities for regulatory action. Continued legislative support of the Low Carbon Fuel Standard program remains essential. The program has successfully attracted private investments into the zero-emission transportation industry throughout California and is a cornerstone for sustaining clean transportation growth. The Low Carbon Fuel Standard program has reduced the carbon intensity of California's transportation fuels by almost 20%, with nearly 75% of fossil diesel being displaced by biomass-based diesel, resulting in reduced emissions of particulate matter and NOx. The report also recommends a collaborative effort between CARB and local air districts to develop and implement a statewide indirect source rule. Affirming CARB's indirect source rule authority through legislative action would help enable consistent statewide implementation. Additionally, the report recommends that other state agencies should explore consumer assurance measures such as reliability, repairability standards for zero-emission vehicles, and affordability of both vehicles and infrastructure with possible direction from the legislature. These measures are important to boost buyer confidence, make California less dependent on fluctuations in the fuel market, and maintain momentum in vehicle adoption. Over the past decade, CARB's portfolio of incentive programs has played an integral role in the development and deployment of zero-emission vehicles to improve air quality and reduce the negative impacts of climate change. However, without reliable and consistent investment, programs close unexpectedly, causing consumer confusion and frustration, as well as breaking the trust of industry and community partners. To sustain this momentum in California, the state budget should preserve continuous funding allocation for established incentive programs, in addition to exploring new sources of funding to support emerging initiatives. It is important to note that CARB was appropriated funding from the state budget this year, including a continuous appropriation for the Community Air Protection Program in future budget years. However, it is not enough to sustain our current suite of incentive programs. That being said, CARB does acknowledge that this was a difficult budget year for the state, and the legislature and governor had to make some difficult decisions. We are grateful for the investments the legislature and governor did make this fiscal year, including $130 million for the Carl Moyer program, $35 million for the Air Quality Investment Program, $132 million from settlement money for the Clean Truck and Bus Voucher Incentive Project, $37 million total for Regional Clean Cars for All, and $100 million for AB 617 communities. Faced with another challenging budget year, CARB will continue to streamline incentives for communities and businesses that need it the most. Additionally, CARB will be hosting a workshop on November 13th in response to the ZEV executive order to provide an update on our incentive programs, as well as share accomplishments, challenges, and lessons learned. This workshop will cover both light-duty and heavy-duty incentives and is intended to solicit feedback from the public on ideas for funding needs and strategies to identify new or existing funding sources for programs. The political and economic environment surrounding California agencies has undergone significant shifts since the report was published. CARB is pursuing additional actions to drive forward zero-emission transportation in California that reflects where we are today. Proposed next steps to strengthen the zero-emission vehicle marketplace and reduce air pollution are arranged into these 4 categories. From a broad perspective, CARB will continue to move forward with regulatory efforts to support California residents and their right to clean, breathable air. These regulations will establish the necessary framework to ensure accountability and consistent progress. Public engagement is already underway, starting with the Drive Forward Light-Duty Vehicle Program workshop held this week on October 21st, followed by the Drive Forward Heavy-Duty Standards and Strategies workshop currently planned to take place in December of this year. These Drive Forward events sustain momentum from previous engagement efforts and launch the regulatory development process for both the light-duty and heavy-duty vehicle sectors. The Drive Forward series will strengthen support for zero-emission vehicle adoption and incentive programs, offer transparency on timelines and policy direction, and create meaningful opportunities for public input. We've already spoken about monetary incentives. Now let's look at non-monetary. CARB will explore ways to link voluntary clean air efforts with state and local government procurement, port and warehouse partnerships, and contract practices. This includes investigating green lanes and early access for zero-emission vehicles at ports and warehouses, developing early action recognition programs to establish guidelines for hiring entities, and highlighting fleets and manufacturers making efforts to support clean air policies in the on-road vehicle sector. There are 3 non-monetary voluntary programs currently under development that will encourage stakeholders to partner with CARB. Clean Fleet Connect will incentivize on-road fleets to purchase and use the cleanest technology available. Drive Forward Leaders will support the manufacturers who will be the backbone of a greener future. Finally, the California Clean Construction Program will encourage off-road fleets to go beyond regulatory fleet rule compliance. Non-monetary incentives encourage fleets and manufacturers to take advanced steps towards meeting our state's clean air goals while receiving benefits that support business development and promote sustainable growth. Moving to outreach, CARB is expanding its dialogue sessions to gather input that will be used to shape programs, provide guidance to navigate existing and future regulatory efforts, support the rural and tribal communities that have been underinvested for decades and face unique challenges, and empower fleets with the tools and knowledge to embrace clean transportation. Emphasis will be on community-driven engagement by meeting people on their terms, in their spaces, and discussing the topics that matter most to them. CARB aims to listen, build trust, and form lasting partnerships that ensure that the priorities and needs of various communities are being met while advancing our goals. As stable funding remains a central focus in accelerating the deployment of clean technologies and improving air quality, CARB is improving and streamlining access to zero-emission vehicle incentive programs, including Drive Clean, Access Clean California, and others to ensure that funding opportunities are accessible and equitable. CARB also plans to continue hosting heavy-duty ride and drive events, which allow consumers to become familiar with and gain exposure to the latest cutting-edge zero-emission vehicle and technologies on the market. The resource fairs at these events will be expanded to include vendors that can assist fleets in accelerating zero-emission vehicle deployment. These events play a critical role in keeping consumers engaged and informed as the zero-emission vehicle market continues to grow and evolve at a rapid pace. In addition, ZEV Truck Stop, CalFleet Advisor, as well as other state agency programs will continue to support zero-emission vehicle deployment by reinforcing vehicle market developments, communicating financial incentives, and demonstrating the beneficial functionality of zero-emission vehicles. Accelerating a reduction of criteria and toxic emissions in California requires collaboration and fresh thinking. CARB will expand collaboration with community and tribal representatives and other state agencies to advance emission reduction strategies and support clean air goals. CARB is actively exploring policy models from other states and international partners that align with and fortify California's clean transportation vision. Policies of interest include innovative revenue sources for general transportation funds and expanded authority to enforce zero-emission zones. By partnering with Section 177 states and beyond, California ensures national consistency in clean air policy. Internationally, CARB is exploring how to harmonize emission standards to accelerate the adoption of green freight strategies and ensure that California remains a leader in shaping the future of clean mobility. We'd like to acknowledge those who help contribute to these recommendations, informed in collaboration with other state agencies as well as the public, as they outline additional actions to advance progress on light, medium, and heavy-duty zero-emission vehicle adoption in California. Thank you, board members, for your time today. We are happy to answer questions you may have about today's presentation. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Chair Sanchez.
Thank you so much, Ben, for the informative presentation. We will now hear from members of the public who have signed up to speak on this item. I will ask the board clerks to begin calling the public commenters.
Thank you, Chair Sanchez. We currently have 6 in-person commenters who have turned in a request to speak card and wish to speak at this time. We will be showing a list of the next several commenters on the screen, so you can be prepared to come to the podium. I apologize in advance if I mispronounce your name, and I would like to remind all commenters to please speak slowly, closely, and clearly into the microphone for our interpreters and court reporter, and also for the board to hear you better. The first public commenter is Bill McGavern.
Thank you. Bill McGavern with the Coalition for Clean Air. We continue to participate in the Drive Forward process, and I'll summarize some of our recommendations. First, when it comes to heavy duty, we recommend accelerating the zero-emission trucks measure, which is in your SIP, and that would retire some of the oldest, dirtiest trucks on the road, which would bring very major emission reductions because a disproportionate amount of the pollution comes from those older vehicles. We're pleased to see in the report the recommendation for statewide indirect source rule. The South Coast warehouse rule is one that we support and would like to see replicated statewide, but what's been really missing is a port indirect source rule, which South Coast actually committed to years ago in their air quality management plan, which CARB approved, and they have absolutely failed to fulfill that promise. So if the district won't do it, then the state should step in. When it comes to light duty, I really agree with what Dr. Cliff said about the importance of equity, and we need to really bring along all Californians in that transition to zero emission, and that means giving them the assistance they need to scrap those older, dirtier cars and get into zero emission transportation, or maybe not even needing to own a vehicle, but having access to clean transportation through some of the mobility options. So we need to focus not only on driving new sales, which is crucial, but also on cleaning up the back end of the fleet. Also, let's not forget about the off-road engines, which are a growing source of our emissions. When it comes to the other agencies, one of the CalSTAR recommendations that we particularly see an opportunity in is using more of the trade corridor funds for zero-emission infrastructure. And the Energy Commission should follow up the charging regulation that they just adopted with a regulation on the efficiency of replacement tires, which will save money and reduce emissions for drivers, whether they're driving electric or gas-powered vehicles. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Jamie Hall, followed by Tom Van Heck.
Good afternoon, Chair Sanchez and members of the board. My name is Jamie Hall, and I lead policy and external affairs for EV Realty. We build, own, and operate multi-fleet truck charging hubs with our first site nearing completion right now in San Bernardino. So today's discussion is really sort of central to our mission. The headwinds we're facing on transportation electrification, I think, are undeniable, and we're going to have to find new ways to move forward, but I'm really confident that we can do this. When I started working in this space 15 years ago, heavy-duty electrification was really hybridization and science projects. Today, the trucks are real, the technology is improving, the infrastructure continues to roll out, and we are hearing regularly from shippers and fleets who are really looking to make the switch to electric. The Tesla Semi in particular is generating a lot of interest. The key is, how do we turn this interest into action? And for now, that is a healthy dose of carrots. Not my favorite vegetable as a kid, but I'm growing more and more fond of them. Fortunately, I think we're really pretty good at this in California. An example that's come up earlier today, the HVIP incentive for electric trucks. When that reopened in September with expanded availability to larger fleets, the response was overwhelming. And you had, thousands of orders piling up really pretty quickly. Simple, streamlined incentives with broad eligibility work. They move the market. We just need to figure out how to keep funding these programs, as we've been discussing this afternoon. The supportive environment in terms of policy here in California is one reason that my company was founded here, and it's why we're looking first and foremost to build out sites in California. HVIP is one example. The low carbon fuel standard is another. We've really got to continue working hard to address all the major pain points, which we've been doing to date. Truck cost, risk, uncertainty, building out the infrastructure. We've got to keep this up in order to hit the air quality improvements that we were discussing earlier. We know how to do it. It's incentives. Let's keep moving.
Thank you. Next is Tom Van Heck.
Good afternoon, Chair Sanchez, members of the board. Tom Van Heek, Senior Policy Advisor at Rivian Automotive, a California-based manufacturer of medium-duty vehicles, including our commercial van and, of course, the R1T and the R1S that I'm sure you've seen out on the road. First, I just want to say thank you to the staff and the board for the informative and frankly inspiring presentation, which really speaks to the continued leadership and vision of this state. No doubt the governor has set bold and ambitious goals for us, but at Rivian, we believe that we're lucky to be a part of this, and we're optimistic about the road ahead. The technology exists to address the challenge of transportation emissions, and the question now is really just about how do we scale and accelerate that transition. We've heard a lot of really good ideas and recommendations in the presentation, and there isn't time to reflect on all of it right now. So let me just take a moment to say how encouraging the new Drive Forward rulemaking initiative is, and to applaud the legislative and budget recommendations we just heard a little bit about. The LCFS is frankly an EV success story, and California should be proud of its history of substantial funding for incentives that support cutting-edge technology. On that note, I just want to underscore Rivian's conviction that broadly accessible EV purchase incentives in both the light and medium and heavy-duty sectors can play a critical role and are as important as ever in our current moment. People respond to incentives, and they are key to building a market-led transition. To that end, we welcome the inclusion of incentives among the many excellent recommendations in the multi-agency report earlier this year and in the staff presentation just now, and we look forward to continued discussions in the weeks and months ahead about a recommitment to funding EV sales incentives that are broadly accessible as part of the state's comprehensive policy approach to achieving its ZEV and climate goals. With that, I'll thank you all very much.
Next is Evan Edgar.
Good afternoon, Chair Sanchez. I'm Evan Edgar, Edgar Associates. I represent heavy-duty public and private refuse fleet operators and SB 1383 developers as part of the California Compost Coalition. Last month, we had an ACF hearing, and public sector showed up in how it doesn't really work, the ACF. Basically, they were dismissed, and the CARB staff was tone deaf to the cost and the applicability of trying to do advanced clean fleet. Even the dog catchers showed up, saying they can't get it done with wastewater, public sector fleets. So it costs too much to do this program. Affordability was on slide 9, and today the solid waste rates are affordable. It's about, City of LA is about $30 to $35 a household per month for a 3-cart system, and we got off diesel years ago. We're early adopters of CNG with RNG fuel, so we're not the dirty diesel guys. We are the early adopters being penalized. Today, with 1383, which is very important to bend the climate curve, the rates are going up just for getting organics out of the landfill. And the rates are going up in City of LA, $20 to $30 a household per month, which I think people may or may not be able to afford, but it's a climate change move. With the advanced clean fleet rule in City of LA, we'll have to do $300 million in CapEx, and we'll double the rate. The governor's doubling down on ZEV. You're going to double down on the garbage rates. We'll make it unaffordable to $100 per household per month for the 3-cart system because of the ZEV cost. City of Long Beach, 89 CNG trucks at $76 million. That's a $40 to $50 household per month. Once again, the rates are doubling. This is not ZEV backwards. This is ZEV backwards, not ZEV forward, because right now we're carbon negative. We're doing it cost effectively, and bringing in ZEVs is carbon positive, and it's not affordable. We're on the wrong side of affordability, and we need to discuss that, hopefully soon. And the public sector was dismissed last month on this very issue.
Thank you. Next is Maria Ruiz.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Maria Reese, Associate Director of Outreach and Policy with the Central California Asthma Collaborative. I actually drove up here from Fresno. First and foremost, thank you for making this space available. And again, congratulations to Lauren Sanchez. Also, thank you for appointing Diane Takvorian to the AB 617. I do want to state that I am here representing a community that has been consistently in extreme non-attainment. That I don't have to go into all of that, as I echo what everybody else has said here, and I'm super happy to hear that the San Joaquin Valley is being represented here. I want to start off first by saying that we at CCAC currently cover over 36 counties when it comes to zero-emission vehicle transportation, outreach, and education, as well as application assistance for the incentive programs through our EV Equity program. And that's something that I have been assisting my team in doing for the last 5 years. So we definitely have a lot of insight when it comes to the ZEV market and the incentives and all the good nooks and crannies when it comes to applying for those incentives. We do just, urge CARB to consistently work with San Joaquin Valley groups like ourselves to craft equitable strategies and programs for communities, especially those that I represent that have low digital literacy. That's been a consistent problem when it comes to applying for incentive programs. So definitely open to having that conversation. Also, I did want to highlight that currently in the Valley, we do have the Valley CAM program, but it is only for AB 617 communities. And so residents in the San Joaquin Valley can't go through the statewide program, but they also can't go through the Air District one currently. So would love to see more funding for programs like those. So thank you.
And last is Nicole Rice.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members. Nicole Rice, President of the California Renewable Transportation Alliance. And I'm here once again to urge CARB to take immediate action to include clean combustion trucks, those meeting or exceeding the 50 milligram NOx standard, into your strategy update to advance the clean truck transition. As I previously stated, your leadership has already pushed the market to deploy the cleanest combustion and the most stringent NOx standards in the country, with the X15N natural gas engine being one of the first to certify to the initial omnibus 50 milligram NOx standard. We all share the goal: displace diesel, improve air quality, protect public health. But regulatory uncertainty created by federal actions had made traditional diesel the default for fleets trying to navigate this dynamic landscape. Let's not make the perfect become the enemy of the good. While the ZEV transition continues to scale, we need a near-term strategy that will keep us moving forward and complement our future goals. So in this spirit, we offer these two key opportunities. We talked about this in the staff presentation: targeted incentives that will help fleets bridge the cost gap between clean combustion and diesel trucks. And that incentive should be about $50,000 per truck. Second, regulatory certainty that provides affirmative assurances to fleets that cleaner combustion trucks that are purchased today won't be prematurely sidelined by federal or future ZEV regulations. Going forward, let's embrace a dual approach, accelerating zero-emission technologies while also leveraging the clean combustion solutions that we have today. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our in-person commenters. We currently have 6 commenters with their hands raised in Zoom for this item. I apologize in advance if I mispronounce your name. And I want to remind all commenters to speak slowly and clearly for our interpreters and court reporter. The first commenter is Mariela Ruacho, followed by Faria Ali, Lisa McGee, and Laura Ranger. Mariela, I have activated your microphone. Please unmute and you may begin.
Hi, my name is Mariela Racho with the American Lung Association. I just want to say congrats to Chair Sanchez on your new role with as CARB Chair, and we look forward to working with you and the rest of the board. We thank you and the board and the staff for committing to move forward with reducing emissions from vehicles of all classes, setting new standards following federal attempts to interfere with California clean air protections. We encourage you to continue pursuing the deployment of zero-emission vehicles. As the staff presented, there is a demand for ZEVs in California, with over 29% of vehicles sold which are being set are ZEVs in the last quarter. And then also zero-emission truck sales continue to rise as well. Nearly 1 in 4 trucks sold last year were ZEVs. We need to keep the momentum going as much as possible. These policies play an important role in meeting clean air standards, improving public health, and mitigating climate events. We urge you to retire old trucks that emit the most pollution and pursue new standards that offer the maximum real-world protections against smog smog forming emissions, particle emissions, and greenhouse gases while maintaining a momentum in the light to heavy duty ZEF market. We look forward to ongoing work to protect the health of Californians and from our air and the climate crisis. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Faria Ali, I've activated your microphone. Please unmute and you may begin.
Good afternoon, Chair Sanchez and board members. My name is Faria Ali, speaking today on behalf of Pacific Gas and Electric. We appreciate the leadership CARB continues to show in the clean transportation space. PG&E also remains committed to advancing EV adoption. Our long-term strategy aims to support 3 million EVs in our service area by 2030, unlocking 550 megawatts of flexible load. This isn't just about EV drivers, it benefits all customers. Our analysis shows that every 1 million EVs added to the grid could lower electricity rates for all our customers by up to 2%, thanks to more efficient grid use. We have a growing suite of customer programs and incentives aimed at supporting this goal. For example, we are now partnering with Valley CAN, IBEW 1245, the Bay Area Air District, and other local partners to run a community-driven project in Bayview Hunters Point to align state, regional, and PG&E's transportation and building electrification programs, such as our pre-owned EV rebate program, to make it easier for our disadvantaged customers to actually enroll and take advantage of these opportunities. I wanted to call out this effort because it demonstrates collaboration across various groups to optimize and make our existing programs more effective and impactful. In the situation we find ourselves in today with fewer resources, not more, let's turn this into an opportunity to improve what we do have. We appreciate the collaboration we've seen between the various state agencies, and we hope that continue. And we also see an opportunity to streamline permitting, including upstream utility infrastructure to help speed up customer energization. PG&E is eager to collaborate with the state on this and other ZEV Forward initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa McGee, I have activated your microphone. Please unmute and you may begin.
Good morning, well, good afternoon. Thank you to this board and our state agencies for your continued support to be innovative and helping ensure we obtain our climate goals. I'm Lisa McGee with Tom's Truck Center, and we are a commercial truck dealership in Los Angeles since 1949. We're an HVIP dealer with over 5 medium heavy duty zero-emission vehicles, both ZEVs in EVs and fuel cell. We became an HVIP dealer in 2012, submitting 762 vouchers to date and have redeemed over 500. We operate 2 medium heavy-duty depot stations and are installing a fuel cell station at our Los Angeles dealership over the next 2 years. On September 9th, HVIP reopened at $335 million, and only $63 million in drayage funding remains currently available. A total of $272 million was subscribed within 1 week by only 2 OEMs. Tesla submitted 860 vouchers, BYD submitted 177 vouchers, resulting in $182 million, or 76% of the reopened funding. The HVIP funding program is a first-come, first-served program, which does not work for equity, as only the most resourceful will get the funds. The board implemented an OEM rolling cap in 2020, which stated this avoids large orders and tying up the dollars for a long period of time. The OEM rolling soft cap was removed, and many of the industry stakeholders are concerned by its removal. We're requesting some type of solution, either a guardrail or a set-aside, to ensure that incentives are balanced, accessible to all HVIP OEM dealers, and for interested fleets. Thank you.
Thank you. Next commenter is Laura Ranger. I have activated your microphone. Please unmute and you may begin.
Hi, good afternoon. Laura Ranger from the California Electric Transportation Coalition. First, I just want to congratulate Chair Sanchez on her appointment. And I wanted to thank CARB staff and the board for the presentation this morning, and also for the robust listening sessions that occurred over the summer on this issue. At CalATC, we strongly support the ZEV Forward initiative and the discussion pulse points that have been identified in the presentation, as well as the priority recommendation areas. As CARB noted, legislative action to secure durable funding for zero-emission transportation is going to be critical in achieving our goals, as will continued support for a strong low-carbon fuel standard. In addition to those two top priorities, we also have additional recommendations that were included in our letter over the summer, including the recommendation that the Energy Commission work with the utilities to facilitate utility access to more granular data for EV planning, and the recommendation that we prioritize incentives for public agencies that are purchasing medium and heavy-duty vehicles pursuant to ACF. We also support establishment of a statewide EV charging permitting process, and we support prioritization of programs that incentivize adoption of electric vehicles on managed charging programs. Lastly, we have some strong revisions to the CPUC's submetering protocol, and we recommend that the state deploy scalable level 1 charging at multifamily housing. So thank you for hearing these recommendations. Thank you for this process, and we look forward to continuing to work with you on this important effort.
Thank you. Our next commenter is Elizabeth Schultz. I've activated your microphone. Please unmute and you may begin.
Thank you. Thank you to the board and state agencies for their leadership, and congratulations to Chair Sanchez on her appointment. My name is Elizabeth Schultz, Policy Program Manager at CalSTART. CalSTART continues to support California's leadership in advancing the transition to zero-emission vehicles. The state's clear direction and consistency have driven private sector confidence and spurred billions in manufacturing, infrastructure, and workforce investments across California. We appreciate CARB's continued focus on maintaining the state's momentum in ZEV adoptions through smart, coordinated action, aligning regulations, incentives, and market signals to accelerate technology deployment and provide industry with long-term planning certainty. California's clean transportation policies have already catalyzed one of the fastest growing advanced manufacturing and supply chain sectors in the country. Strengthening these efforts ensures California remains the epicenter of transportation innovation, job creation, and global competitiveness. CalSTART looks forward to continuing to partner with CARB to design and implement the next generation of regulatory and incentive frameworks, ones that maintain California's leadership, sustain industry confidence, and enable continued progress toward a modern and efficient zero-emission transportation system. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next commenter is Bianca Lopez, followed by Robert Whitcomb and Adam Browning. Bianca, I've activated your microphone. Please unmute and you may begin.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. As I mentioned earlier, I'm gonna restart. As we move forward to a zero-emission future, we must ensure that this transition is just, consistent, and equitable. Right now, our vehicle retirement programs are fragmented, as I mentioned earlier at the SIP public comment portion. While the DCAP program allows residents to retire vehicles from 2010 and older, the San Joaquin Valley District still only supports vehicles from 2006 and older. The gap leaves many Valley residents, especially low-income families and small businesses, behind. These programs should be aligned and expanded so everyone has a fair opportunity to transition to cleaner transportation. We also believe in a just transition for small businesses and local agencies. We hope that local agencies can get support who are still investing millions of dollars in gas-powered fleets. We need some help at local spending to shift to zero-emission vehicles more quickly and responsibly. I'd also like to mention that zero emission cannot mean false solutions. Specifically, hydrogen storage and production facilities should not be placed in disadvantaged communities that already bear the heaviest pollution burden. Clean air for some cannot come at the expense of others, which are new technologies, and they should not be subsidized without accountability. I want to just also say that my name is Bianca Lopez and I'm co-founder of Valley Improvement Projects. And we're proud members of the Clean Vehicle Empowerment Collaborative who focus on community-based education and awareness in the most disadvantaged communities and look forward to increasing equity with you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Whitcomb, I have activated your microphone. Please unmute and you may begin. Robert, are you there?
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Hello?
we hear you.
Hello? You do? Yes?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay, sorry, it's my first time. All right, hey, thank you for doing this. I'm just a regular resident of California. Mr. Moore assured me that my email labeled "In Bus We Trust" would be put in front of all of you. Thank you very much. It's really a trivial matter in the large scheme of things that I'm putting before you. If you read the email, you'll see all that. And the reason I think I get to speak with you is I'm the guy that stops in the road when nobody else is going to stop and help you. I'm the guy who does it, okay? I've pulled people out of, only one guy out of a burning car. I assure you that it sucks, but sometimes somebody has to do it. I'm that guy. That's why I get to put that letter in front of you. So if you can do something about it, that would be fantastic. The rest of my time is just to put praise on you all. It's very commendable what you all do, okay? The state of California is recognized worldwide as a leader in air quality management. And you probably get a lot of abuse all the time. People fight you every step of the way, but so you know, the general public sees what you do as a quality thing. And I want you all to go home next time you see yourself in the mirror and smile, because you do good work. You really do. It affects the entire world, not just California. This air that we produce goes everywhere in the world. You know that. And it's really needs to be said. So thank you all very much. I appreciate your time. Have a good day.
Thank you. Our final commenter for this item is Adam Browning. Adam, I have activated your microphone. Please unmute and you may begin.
Many thanks. I am Adam Browning. I'm with Forum Mobility. We are a company that builds large truck charging depots and provides carriers with charging or a truck plus charging together. We were founded.
Adam, your volume is quite low. Can you speak into the mic, please, if that's an ability that you have?
Sure. Is this any better?
Yes, thank you very much.
Apologize. Forum Mobility was founded in 2001 around the auspices of advanced clean fleets with the idea that this transition would be mandated. I would say even then, our customers really only became our customers when we were able to provide them with a cost per mile that beat diesel. And with the advent of the advanced clean fleets no longer being the regulatory rule of the land, with this transition to the carrot-based approach, I just want to say that it is really working. We are with the incentives that are gratefully that we are pleased to accept that are provided by CARB. We are able through the LCFS and through the HVIP program and through the CEC Energize funds are able to provide a product that can beat diesel on a cost per mile. So I just really want to thank and encourage CARB to continue on this pathway. We are now in a position of where we have a generational opportunity to really make a transition to zero emission freight. The pathway that we're on is working, and I would like to see it continued. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public testimony for this item. I'll return the microphone back to Chair Sanchez.
Thank you. Staff, are there any issues raised in the comments that you would like to address?
Yes, Chair. A commenter, Maria Ruiz from CVAC, mentioned that there is that you would have to be in a 617 community to take advantage of Clean Cars for All. It's kind of a nuanced issue, so we're going to follow up with her. But what I wanted to indicate is that while the San Joaquin Valley's program is currently closed for new applications, we are infusing more money into all of the programs. There's $43 million that will be put into the programs using the formula that this board adopted previously that will help get those programs continuing through hopefully the spring. But it's very clear that the programs are going to need more money to continue beyond that time frame. So I just wanted to note that there was also a surge in applications as a result of the loss of the federal tax credits going away on September 30. So all the programs saw a surge. They're going to need more money. And so while that particular issue is very nuanced, if you're trying to use money from AB 617 for Clean Cars for All, then yes, it would have to be in a community. But we're trying to infuse some more money right away. The legislature gave us 43 million additional, and hopefully we can see more in the future.
Great, thank you. Board members, do you have any questions? Mr. Rechtschaffen.
Not so much a question as a comment, and to underscore what we've said, that we're not going away here in California. We have a lot of tools at our disposal and that are out of reach of the overbearing and overreach federal government, and we're going to be using them, and we are using them. I was delighted to see our partners at the other agencies, the CEC, the PUC, GoBiz, and CalSTA. We've always had a whole of government approach to transportation electrification, and we absolutely need that more than ever. And we didn't have time to go into them, but the tools we are using are not just ones that we have as part of our state authority. They're very creative and innovative. The reliability standards for uptime by the Energy Commission, we're paving the way there. The Public Utilities Commission's in the geeky electricity weeds, but allowing for flexible connection that allows for new medium and heavy duty stations to be sited when the full upgrades haven't been completed. That's innovative. I would put our low carbon fuel standard and our infrastructure capacity crediting in there as well. It's really heartening to hear Adam Browning, our last speaker, say that for his medium and heavy duty customers, the carrot approach is working. Stacking incentives is working to make these investments pencil out. So there's a lot of positive that we can and will do, and we'll continue to search for innovative solutions. And I strongly support the recommendations in the report to get authority for indirect source rule, for procurement, for focusing on equity, many other items, continuous funding allocation, and so forth.
Thank you. Dr. Shaheen.
Thank you, Chair. I want to echo Board Member Rechtschaffen's points about just being energized here and hearing the presentation of our guest speakers representing different agencies working alongside CARB and with our CARB staff. We've got a lot of tools. One of them I would just like to draw your attention to that I got pretty excited about when I heard my briefing yesterday, and that's low emission zones. And we're seeing a lot of activity in this area. New York City is applying pricing and it's working, and we're seeing people shifting away from cars more towards taking public transit. And I think these types of tools are really exciting, and we can apply them, not just in a cordon or road pricing fashion, but we can apply them at the curb. We can apply them in a parking context, and we can certainly apply them in terms of access to the city core and base it on the propulsion system. So I think there's many exciting tools. indirect source rule sounds great at a statewide level, along with all of the suite of incentives. But I think there are tools that we haven't experimented as much with that we can look to other nations and also just to other sister cities that are applying some of those. So those were my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shaheen. Dr. Pacheco-Warner, I saw you come on screen.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I really want to thank staff for coming to the San Joaquin Valley to hear from our stakeholders on this issue. I think it is very critical for me and, for CARB and all the state agencies. When we think about equity, it is about problem solving from where it's worse first. And if it can work there, it can work in other places. And to me, that's doing the hard equity work. And so I do think that the approach of coming to places like the San Joaquin Valley and hearing the challenges for ZEV here first is so critical to ensuring we have a chance to get it right and to ensure access for everyone. I will say that even in places like the San Joaquin Valley with all of the challenges, I think that we do have to take a little bit of a stock as we move the next phase to use the data that we have available to see, to also fuel what has worked as well. Because I think that we have a lot of data about what has worked well, what we've been able to implement well, and what were the challenges in the past. And not to say that we can't ever solve for those challenges, but I would like to see that where we're going next is also informed from the data of what was successful and what was challenging in the past. And so, for example, leading from evidence in terms of something that is very successful is like the turnover of light duty vehicles and those exchange programs, leaning into the practices that have been most shown to be most equitable in terms of their results. I think that's the kind of direction that we want to move forward. And also, I will say that for me, it really is not all about, in terms of looking at heavy duty, it is never just about the big fleets, because when I look at places that CARB staff has been to, like Malaga, which is a small unincorporated community in Fresno County, there are no huge Amazon fleets there. There definitely are nearby, but in the community itself, it's all those smaller companies, but that's completely surround that community. And so when we think about how we drive innovation, I know that it's so challenging right now when it comes to heavy duty, and the temptation is to just think about the big fleets. But there are also communities that are impacted by fleets of all sizes that we need to think about near-term solutions for them as we're planning for the long-term solutions and our ambitious goals that I fully support. So thank you, Chair. And I will say that one of the things that I had a question about, I really appreciated the calendar on the regulatory efforts, but I also wanted to know if there's plans within this space to continue to have more community workshops.
That's definitely part of the plan as we're developing this Drive Forward series. Community workshops are built into the process. I don't have exact dates now, but absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Pacheco-Warner. I'll close on a few thoughts. First, when the governor issued his first zero-emission vehicle executive order, we were back in 2020, statewide EV sales were at 4%. Someone will have to check my numbers, around 4%. We are now at 29%, a tremendous amount of progress just in the last 5 years. And it is true that this revolution isn't just in California or the 17 states that follow our clean car standards. Globally, we are projected to be at 25% EV sales by the end of this year. So we are in the business of making sure that California doesn't get left behind in this economic revolution, and in making sure that all of our communities up and down this state benefit from moving to cleaner cars and cleaner trucks. So I want to thank the staff who perhaps thought they would have longer than 60 days when the governor issued this executive order. Alas, time is of the essence. And this was an important response to, again, the unlawful revocation of our waivers and the congressional action earlier this year. So a tremendous amount of work by staff, our sister agencies, stakeholders, communities, private sector businesses, innovators, and there is so much work to do in this space going forward. And this, as chair of the board, but I'm sure most board members feel this way as well, excited to roll up our sleeves and keep this moving forward. With that, we will keep moving forward. And the last item on our agenda today is item number 25-7-4, public meeting to hear an update on the California Satellite Methane Project, CalSMP. If you are here with us in the room and wish to comment on this item, please fill out a request to speak card as soon as possible and submit it to a board assistant. If you are joining us remotely and wish to comment on this item, please click the raise hand button or dial *9 now. We will first call on in-person commenters, followed by remote commenters when we get to the public comment portion of this item. Taking action to reduce methane is critical to our climate work. Because of methane's potency, 80 times the global warming potential of carbon dioxide, and its relatively short lifetime in the atmosphere, reducing methane emissions can help mitigate warming in the near term and prevent catastrophic changes to our climate. California is taking action on methane on many fronts, including efforts to prevent its formation and to capture methane where emissions cannot be avoided. We are leveraging advanced technologies and data to support these efforts. CARB has a long history of leading with science. For many years, we have supported a robust research program to inform our regulations and guide our policies. The California Satellite Methane Program is a shining example of the success of that approach. More than a decade of work has culminated in this world-leading project. Many in the room, I believe, were in the room when former Governor Brown announced that we would be launching our own damn satellite. Years later, Governor Newsom worked with the legislature to secure $100 million in state funding from our Cap and Trade program, now Cap and Invest, to fund this work. And it is just a tremendous honor and joy to be hearing from the team today. By detecting leaks quickly, the satellites allow us to take swift action to address them, curbing emissions of the potent greenhouse gas and, critically, helping to protect communities near emission sources. To make the satellite's data actionable and support effective methane reduction, that data needs to be integrated into our regulatory frameworks. And that is exactly what we are doing. We have updated our oil and gas methane regulations to require operators to take action when informed of satellite-detected methane emissions, and we will be considering similar updates to our landfill methane regulation later this year. Importantly, the satellites provide worldwide detection of methane, and the data they collect is made public, helping drive global action on methane. California plays a leading role internationally in methane mitigation through partnerships like the Subnational Methane Action Coalition, and the satellite program supports that work. I'm excited to hear today's informational update on this critical program. Dr. Cliff, would you please introduce the item?
Thank you, Chair Sanchez. The California Satellite Methane Program, or CalSMP, is a first-of-its-kind project that harnesses state-of-the-art satellite data to detect large plumes of methane, which is more than 80 times more potent than carbon dioxide over a 20-year time frame. In the middle of this year, CARB began receiving a nearly daily stream of satellite methane plume images across the state. This satellite system was built and is operated by our partners at Carbon Mapper and Planet. This is supported by $100 million in appropriated state funding, which builds upon years of CARB-funded research projects using the technology on airplanes to demonstrate the usefulness of the data in finding and fixing leaks quickly. The benefits of this project are already clear. Early results demonstrate that this state-of-the-art satellite data can find large methane leaks within days, which can help fill gaps between periodic inspections. In many cases, operators are repairing leaks within days of being notified by CARB, thereby preventing the release of many metric tons of greenhouse gas emissions, avoiding loss of valuable natural gas, and protecting nearby communities. The project has also demonstrated that this type of data can be paired with regulations in the oil and gas sector, and CARB is exploring similar provisions in other emissions sectors, such as for landfill methane to be considered by the board next month. This pioneering work by CARB is the first such effort in the world, and the work that we are doing can serve as a foundation for other jurisdictions to adopt and employ to fit their needs. I would like to acknowledge the hard work of CARB staff in building this project from the ground up, our research and technology partners, and the many communities who have engaged with us on the project. Their efforts ensure that California not only meets its goals, but also serves as a leader and a model for others around the world. The presentation includes two parts. First, staff will provide a short history and status update on the data purchase program. Second, Chief Executive Officer Riley Duran of Carbon Mapper will present on the technology and broader applicability beyond just California. As we see data being removed or no longer collected at the federal level, these satellites can provide actionable data for other states and nations. There is a strong interest in the philanthropy community to support climate action. The satellite data provide a clear path for data to action. I will now ask Dr. Emily Yang of the Research Division to begin the staff presentation. Dr. Yang.
Thank you, Dr. Cliff. Good afternoon, Chair Sanchez and members of the board. Today, I will be presenting an update on the California Satellite Methane Project, or CalSMP. First, I will start with a short overview of the history of CalSMP. CARB and its partners have been developing and demonstrating technology to remotely detect methane emissions since 2015. Started as a research project using remote sensing technology on aircraft, has evolved into a satellite-based methane plume detection project. And recently, CalSMP has been integrated into CARB's regulatory programs and emission reduction efforts, which will be the main topic of this presentation. Methane is a very potent greenhouse gas and is the main focus of CalSMP. It is the second largest contributor to human-caused climate change, just behind carbon dioxide. However, methane has a global warming potential about 80 times higher than carbon dioxide on a 20-year timeframe, meaning that, pound for pound, methane contributes 80 times more strongly to climate change than carbon dioxide. The reason why carbon dioxide is the largest contributor to climate change overall is due to the much higher amount in the atmosphere. Importantly, methane only stays in the atmosphere for about 12 years, compared to hundreds of years for carbon dioxide, so methane is referred to as a short-lived climate pollutant. Because methane is both potent and short-lived, reducing methane emissions is a powerful way to reduce climate warming in the near term. Thus, reducing methane emissions now is critical, not just in California, but globally. In particular, satellite data can support efforts to achieve our climate targets. The state of California has a number of major climate targets. SB 32 established California's target to achieve at least 40% reduction in anthropogenic greenhouse gas emissions below 1990 levels by 2030. Meanwhile, SB 1383 established the target to achieve a 40% reduction in methane emissions below 2013 levels by 2030. and AB 1279 established the state's targets to achieve both carbon neutrality and an 85% reduction in anthropogenic greenhouse gas emissions below 1990 levels by 2045. Significant cuts to methane emissions are directed by legislation and necessary for reaching the overall statewide targets. CARB's Oil and Gas Methane Regulation, or COGR, and the Landfill Methane Regulation, or LMR, target methane emissions and can be supported by satellite-based methane data. While these regulations are effective on their own, satellite data can help through providing frequent monitoring for large, concentrated emissions. In fact, the satellite data are already being integrated into our regulatory programs at CARB. There are different types of satellite detectors, but methane plume imaging is the type that we are focusing on in this presentation. Plume imagers measure sunlight reflected from the ground and detect small changes in the reflected light caused by methane. Unlike other satellite-based sensors, plume imaging sensors are specifically designed to produce detailed pictures of methane plumes with high spatial resolution. Types of methane plume imagers are most useful for detecting large, single sources of methane. A typical scan covers a rectangular area of about 1,000 to 2,000 square kilometers, roughly the size of Sacramento County or Orange County. Typically, the satellite has 4 or more opportunities each week to scan a part of California. On the right, we can see an example of a scan over an oil and gas field in Central California. The brightly colored shapes in the image are 3 methane plumes. The shapes represent areas with high methane concentrations, and each plume has a distinct origin. CARB and its partners have been using plume imaging technology to detect methane plumes for the last decade. Began with the California Methane Survey, a joint project between CARB, the California Energy Commission, and NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory. The survey included several months of flights from 2016 to 2018, where an airplane with a plume imaging instrument on board flew over 80% of methane sources in the state. The California Methane Survey proved the potential of this type of technology to identify fixable leaks. 3 other CARB-supported flight campaigns took place from 2020 to 2023. These campaigns focused on building up systems and further testing the utility of the data. CARB and its partners used the plume imaging technology to find large sources of methane and worked with industry to voluntarily fix leaks. This was a proof of concept for this model of methane mitigation and produced real-world reductions in greenhouse gases. Using similar plume imaging technology on board a satellite, CARB has scaled up its operations to satellite-based monitoring to further our greenhouse gas reductions. CalSMP was made possible through a $100 million state investment in satellite methane data, which was part of California's climate commitment budget in 2022. Of the $100 million, $95 million are dedicated to buying satellite data through a contract that was awarded through a competitive solicitation to Carbon Mapper, and the satellites are operated by their partner, Planet Labs PBC. $5 million of the state investment are allocated to community engagement related to the project. A competitive grant solicitation will be released with 1 or more grants awarded. More information on the community grant solicitation will be provided on a later slide. CalSMP has 4 major goals: detect methane sources, use these detections to support regulatory and voluntary action to reduce methane emissions, share data with the public, and raise global awareness of our efforts and processes through data transparency. CARB started receiving data in early summer. CalSMP is a first-of-its-kind project using groundbreaking satellite remote sensing technology to initiate methane emission reductions, in particular through regulatory action. California is the first jurisdiction in the world to launch a project like this and is paving the way for other jurisdictions who may wish to use satellite data to achieve reductions in greenhouse gases. CARB assembled an in-house team to develop the CalSMP process and build the components needed for the project, including a data management tool built using open source frameworks wherever possible. CalSMP is developing brand new approaches to notify operators and state and local partners quickly, as well as working to provide the public with accessible and helpful information. One of the major components that CARB staff have developed for CalSMP is the data pipeline. The data pipeline was created to provide a reliable and repeatable way of processing and storing all data. It has several automated features designed to increase our efficiency in processing the data. The pipeline begins with plume data being automatically ingested from the vendor. The data system then supports CARB staff with many functions, including quality control, cross-referencing infrastructure databases, preparing notifications to be sent to operators, and tracking operator responses. As the project continues, these datasets will grow, allowing us to gain further insight into the types of leaks that are occurring from various sources. The goal is to share this information on a publicly available dashboard. This slide shows the timeline of events for sectors that have regulatory requirements to respond to plume notifications. The first step is plume detection. Plume detections are transferred to CARB from the vendor, typically within 48 hours of the observation. The second step is determining source and event information. In this step, CARB staff perform plume data quality control and then use the location information from the plume detection and draw from our internal databases to determine the source and operator. Step 3 is to notify the facility operator that a plume was found. This is currently done via an email that is automatically generated by the system. The email is reviewed by CARB staff before it is sent to the operator. Staff track the progression of the notification and all responses. The last step is for the operator to take action. These actions include inspections, repairs, and reporting back to CARB. After development and upcoming release of a public dashboard, plumes and actions taken to address them will be made public after 30 days unless the plumes are high-priority emission plumes that have the potential to pose a risk to nearby communities, in which case this information would be shared with emergency services as soon as it is available. Next, we will discuss regulations relevant to CalSMP. CARB's Oil and Gas Methane Regulation, or COGR, regulates the oil and gas sector. This regulation sets methane emission limits and operational practices for oil and natural gas facilities. In 2024, COGR was amended to include requirements for action if CARB notifies operators of satellite remote sensing information. The executive officer approved the use of methane plumes detected through CalSMP under this provision. The requirements include timelines under which operators must perform inspections, repair equipment, and report information about leaks back to CARB. Another relevant regulation is the Landfill Methane Regulation, or LMR, which requires applicable landfills to reduce methane emissions by using emissions monitoring and gas collection systems. Currently, there is no requirement under LMR for landfills to respond to satellite methane plume notifications, so landfill cooperation with CalSMP is voluntary. However, all notifications sent to landfills are also shared with our enforcement division and other regulatory partners, including air districts, who may use these data to prioritize site inspections. CARB is currently considering provisions similar to COGR in a forthcoming amendment that would require operators to take action if notified of a plume detected from their landfill. Amendments to the LMR, including this provision, are currently scheduled to be discussed at the November board meeting. Both COGR and LMR require quarterly leak inspections on the ground as part of their requirements for leak detection and repair, or LDAR. Satellite data can help support LDAR by scanning for large leaks more frequently, filling in the gaps between the quarterly inspections. In addition to filling in gaps, satellite data can provide further coverage. In addition to filling in gaps, satellite data can provide further coverage if leaks are detected from equipment that is not normally required to be inspected through conventional LDAR. As mentioned earlier, CARB staff are currently working on a community grant solicitation with an estimated release in November of this year. The legislature appropriated and the governor approved $5 million specifically for community engagement as it relates to CalSMP. The grants will be used to develop communication pathways and protocols between CARB, community-based organizations or CBOs, and community members when methane plumes are found in their area, with the overall goal to make methane satellite observations accessible, understandable, and useful to communities. It will also create resources that CBOs can use to work with community members to learn about methane and CalSMP. CARB's public dashboard is currently under development. Once the dashboard is available, CARB will be providing information about plumes, sources, and events after 30 days through this dashboard. It will also contain information about the actions that were taken to address methane plume detections. On the dashboard, plumes will be able to be filtered by the type of facility, action taken by operators, and date of plume detection. There will also be a map feature where plumes can be searched for geographically. The satellite is not fixed over one area and orbits around the Earth about 16 times per day. It passes over California once per day, most days of the week. The satellite observes at the scale of individual sources rather than statewide. While orbiting, the satellite is tasked to scan rectangular areas of about 1,000 to 2,000 square kilometers. CARB staff identify areas of interest, or AOIs, for observation with the satellite. These are areas with high concentrations of methane-emitting sources and areas the California Methane Survey identified as having observable plumes. The map on the right shows our current AOIs colored by industrial sector. These are areas with high potential for methane detection, some of which may or may not be regulated. Our AOIs can be edited at any time, and we expect to increase coverage of the state when satellite capacity increases in 2026 and beyond. This slide shows an example of a leak being detected and fixed in the oil and gas sector. On July 5th, a plume was observed in an oil and gas field. After CARB received the plume data, we performed quality control, determined the source and the responsible operator, and sent a notification of the plume detection to the operator on July 8th. The next day, the operator performed an inspection. They determined that the cause of the leak was an issue with a stuffing box, which is a component used in wells to prevent leaks between sliding or rotating parts. This leak was unintentional and previously unknown. It was repaired that day. The next day on the 10th, the operator responded with information about the leak. For oil and gas facilities, the example here is typical. Most leaks identified by satellite are repaired within a week. On August 2nd, a follow-up observation by satellite took place, and no plume in that area was observed again. In just this one instance, the rapid response initiated by satellite data prevented the release of methane equivalent to the annual greenhouse gas output of nearly 2,500 cars, using a 20-year global warming potential value. This slide shows a similar process, but for a landfill. On June 9th, a plume was observed via satellite at this landfill. When CARB received the plume data, we performed quality control, determined the source and the operator, and sent a notification of the plume detection to the operator on June 12th. The next day, the landfill operator inspected the area where the plume was found. They determined that it was an unintentional leak caused by insufficient vacuum at the intermediate cover in that area. The operator addressed the cause of the problem. CARB received a response from the operator about the leak on June 18th. This example shows that mitigation can still be achieved in some cases, even if the regulation does not explicitly require an operator response. Between the beginning of the project and the end of September, the satellite made 69 scans in the state. This amounts to more than 90,000 square kilometers of area scanned. The estimated total methane emissions prevented from just the oil and gas sector for just these first months of operation are equivalent to the annual greenhouse gas emissions from about 18,000 cars. This amount is solely due to notifications and repairs through the regulatory provisions related to CalSMP. This number will continue to rise as more observations take place and more plume notifications are sent out, and as regulatory requirements to act on remote sensing data are expanded to sectors beyond oil and gas. Protecting communities has been and will continue to be a major priority for CalSMP. Methane is a non-toxic gas, and the concentrations and conditions needed for it to pose a safety risk are rare. Note that the vast majority of plumes occur in unpopulated and remote places with no exposure risk to communities. However, in the rare event that a plume is close in proximity to nearby residents, it will be treated as a high priority emission plume, or HPEP. HPEPs are very rare, but if one occurs, CARB is committed to working with state and local authorities to take strong, proactive, and immediate action to halt the emissions and protect nearby communities. Other pollutants may be emitted alongside methane, but cannot be directly measured by the satellite. Even though they cannot be measured by the satellite, stopping methane leaks also stops the emissions of these pollutants. There has been only one HPEP detected since the launch of the project. While this detection was made through aircraft flights, the process outlined would be the same for a plume detected via satellite. On Monday, September 15th, a plume was detected in Bakersfield near a residential area through aircraft flights conducted by NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory. An image of the plume is shown in the top left picture, and the bottom picture shows the street view of where the plume was located. On Wednesday, September 17th, CARB received the plume information. Due to the size of the plume and its proximity to residents, CARB determined that the plume was an HPEP. CARB coordinated with state and local entities to take immediate action to address the HPEP. Soon after, Cal OES posted a spill report about the HPEP to their online database, shown in the top right image, and within a few hours, inspectors from both the San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District and the California Geologic Energy Management Division, or CalGEM, were on site for an inspection. As a result of the inspection, 3 leaks were found and quickly repaired thanks to the immediate interagency coordination and action. Additionally, a local environmental justice group, the Central California Environmental Justice Network, saw the posted spill report and distributed a flyer to the nearby community to warn them of the leaks. CalSMP is a demonstration of California's global leadership in both using new technologies and implementing new types of observations into our regulatory framework. As we continue to develop this project, we will continue to share our experience with other jurisdictions who are interested in using remote sensing to reduce methane emissions. We are striving to build trust and accountability through data transparency. California is also a founding member of the Subnational Methane Action Coalition, or SMAC, and the United States Climate Alliance, and will continue to leverage these memberships to broaden the scope of this effort beyond our own borders. CARB staff have shared data and information on CalSMP to these organizations as part of California's memberships. Moreover, CARB staff have presented on CalSMP to several national and international organizations. CARB staff have also been sharing information and coordinating with other jurisdictions outside of California, including other states as well as federal organizations. While the satellite data that are being acquired now have already been crucial to fulfilling the goals of CalSMP, there are plans for even more data in the future. At present, CalSMP relies on data from one satellite in orbit. In 2026 and beyond, additional satellites will be launched, which will increase our observational capacity. Along with methane, the satellite technology that CalSMP utilizes is also capable of providing other non-methane data products. These data products can provide insights into climate impacts and land use changes, and there are plans to acquire these products next year. Finally, there are plans for potentially purchasing small quantities of methane plume data outside of the state of California. This would allow us to assist partner agencies outside of the state and serve a global mission, as climate change is a global problem that needs to be addressed. As we near the end of this presentation, it is a good opportunity for us to reflect on how far we've come. In 2018, then Governor Jerry Brown, who was frustrated at the federal dismantling of climate science programs, declared that California would launch its own dam satellite at the Global Climate Action Summit. 8 years later, under the continued visionary leadership of Governor Gavin Newsom and the legislature, the state did just that. That satellite, named Tanager-1, provides the observations we use for CalSMP. Thanks to the forward-thinking leadership within the state of California, we have a burgeoning satellite project that is providing valuable data and supporting greenhouse gas reductions in California, protecting our communities, and raising awareness of methane emitters worldwide. To close the presentation, we highlight California's continued leadership on climate issues by showing how science and research can drive real-world solutions. CalSMP is a prime example of California's leadership in this regard. CalSMP is a first-of-its-kind effort connecting observations using groundbreaking satellite technology to partnerships within and beyond California. Oil and gas regulatory amendments requiring action in response to methane plume detections have led to greenhouse gas reductions, with similar proposals in other sectors. Greenhouse gas emissions avoided so far are equivalent to removing tens of thousands of passenger cars off the road annually. Transparency is a major goal of our project, and we are engaging with communities to ensure the data are useful and will be sharing data on a public dashboard. We will expand satellite data capacity while continuing to work toward achieving our climate goals and protecting California's communities. Mr. Riley Duran will now provide a presentation covering the plume imaging technology in more detail and the global vision for the data. Riley is the Chief Executive Officer of Carbon Mapper, the vendor of the satellite data for CalSMP. Riley?
Thanks, Emily, and good afternoon, everyone. As you said, I'm the founder and CEO of the nonprofit Carbon Mapper. And I'd like to thank Chair Sanchez and our colleagues at the ARB for the opportunity to participate. It's a great pleasure to summarize, as Emily said, a longstanding collaboration with the state. It started with joint research projects with NASA over a decade ago, but have since blossomed into an operational program for translating data into action, not just here in California, but globally. And to put this in perspective, I spent my career mostly working in the federal space in developing Earth observations for decision support. And it's very rare to cross the so-called valley of death between research and operations in a decade. And so I give a lot of credit to my colleagues here in Sacramento and other parts of the state. I think it's a true California success story that we have matched the urgency of the moment with methane action with developing the capability to take that action. As we mentioned, after a long career at NASA, with some help of leading philanthropists, I founded Carbon Mapper 5 years ago this month in Pasadena. And our mission is to make methane and CO2 emissions data visible and therefore actionable. And we do this by combining advanced remote sensing technology with open source data tools and expert translation in support of a very broad range of stakeholders around the world, and we'll tell you more about that. Specifically, we use a technology that was developed at NASA over the last 3 decades called imaging spectroscopy. The way to think about it is if a camera has 3 colors, red, green, blue, like the human eye, our cameras have over 400 colors, and those colors extend into infrared wavelengths, which is where greenhouse gases trap heat. And because we can image it at high resolution, we can pinpoint where those emissions are coming from to within a few meters, and we can do this over large regions around the world. And this is the true breakthrough in being able to pinpoint the locations and understand where the emissions are coming from. Before I go on, it's important to recognize that there are 2 primary categories of methane emissions in terms of how they manifest in the atmosphere. One category is a point source. That's the example on the left, which you can imagine is like an invisible plume of gas coming from a specific origin, like a flare or a leaking well. But the other main source is what we call a diffuse area source. And a good example here might be a rice paddy or enteric fermentation from a large herd of livestock. And the point being the emissions are distributed over an area. And together, those point source and diffusive area sources make up the total emissions in a region. It's important to look at both, and that really requires an ecosystem of observing systems, including different types of satellites, aircraft, and surface measurements. And our focus at Carbon Mapper is on the point sources for reasons that we've started to elaborate on here today. So, drilling into this a little bit further, as Emily mentioned, over 10 years ago, we began a collaboration when I was still at NASA, at JPL, with the state of California. And this is work that was co-funded by the Air Resources Board, the Energy Commission, and NASA, using advanced remote sensing aircraft from JPL. And over the course of 3 years, we surveyed nearly every piece of infrastructure in the energy, waste management, and ag sectors in California to understand for the first time comprehensively what was happening with methane emissions, particularly these high emission point sources. And the big finding that came out of his study, in addition to demonstrating the technology, was that less than 0.2% of the infrastructure we surveyed was responsible for over 1/3 of a state's entire methane budget. And so this literally highlighted the fact that there's low-hanging fruit in terms of methane mitigation if you can understand where these high emission sources are located. And so in the methane science world, we refer to these as super emitters, meaning that they emit disproportionately. And since the California study, there have been multiple other studies in other parts of the world that show similar trends. In some cases, 20 to 60% of regional emissions come from these so-called super emitters. This varies a lot from region to region and sector to sector, but the trend holds. And so the key point I want to make on this slide is that efforts to mitigate methane super emitters are different from conventional climate solutions, mainly because so many of these super emitters we see are the results of leaks and malfunctions. And if you can pinpoint them and notify operators in a timely fashion, you can get quick action. And they can often be relatively cheap and easy to repair. It's literally sometimes turning a wrench to fix some of these things, or fairly low-cost investments to improve efficiencies in operations. And again, as Emily pointed out, because of the short lifetime of methane in the atmosphere, reducing super emitters can get us an immediate climate benefit, which we urgently need to slow down warming while we get our arms around the other pollutants, in particular CO2, but also because of the very local co-benefits of reducing hazardous co-pollutants like benzene. To be clear, methane itself is an inert gas, but it is often co-emitted with other hazardous air pollutants that we would like to get rid of, and this is a good tracer for finding those potentially hazardous. So our theory of change, how do you scale what we started with these research projects in California to get at mitigation at scale globally? You need to do 4 things. Number 1 is we need a complete picture of methane emissions, and that means we need the ability to see most of the super emitters on the planet, which means more area coverage, more frequent sampling, and lower detection limits, hence the need to deploy next generation of satellites. Number 2 is the data needs to be publicly available and accessible and available within the interest of horizon of people who can act on it. And so that is a data policy choice and a data portal choice. Number 3 is we need action. We need basically stakeholders to be responsive, and that requires two things. One are incentives for them to care about the data to begin with, and number two is the technical capacity to act on it. And so this is a combination of supporting decision support, regulatory rulemaking, training, and technical capacity building in many jurisdictions across the U.S. and globally. And finally, the program needs to be durable. It's not helpful if we just do this for a year or two as another research project. This needs to continue for a decade. So all four of these things contribute to our theory of change, and we believe if we do this, it's possible with this system to mitigate 1 billion metric tons of CO2 equivalent a year with methane globally. So to do this, we worked to establish a unique partnership to build what's called the Tanager constellation of satellites. And this includes 3 key partners on the technology side. It includes NASA JPL, who created the innovative remote sensing technology. Our commercial partner, Planet Labs, with their Agile Aerospace. They operate the largest constellation of Earth-observing satellites today. And then Carbon Mapper science and impact expertise. And as much as anything, putting this team together was an exercise in addressing institutional gaps, not just technical gaps to make all this happen. Next slide, please. So the coalition launched Tanager 1 in August of last year. We've had a little over 12 months of operation, and I have to say the satellite's performing beautifully, and you can, don't take my word for it, go look at the public data portal. But as I speak, Planet is busy assembling Tanager 2, 3, and 4 for launch, and so we are actively working to build out the constellation, and among other things, that will allow us to monitor more areas more frequently over time. Next slide. A key part of this is trust, right? It's one thing to make the data public. It's another thing to convince people that it's accurate. And so we have a robust program to do that that includes the use of independent measurements to check what the satellites are telling us. So on the left is one example where we work with independent teams, release controlled amounts, metered amounts of methane at a control release site, in this case in Arizona, and they don't tell us what the emission rates are. And then we fly over it with a satellite, we quantify it, and then we compare it, they unblind it, and we can see how well things line up. And you see here it's about a 1-to-1 slope. There's no bias in the data, and the precision is pretty good considering we're doing this from 430 kilometers above the Earth. The other thing we can do is fly independent aircraft underneath the satellite within the same second or so. And this is an example with NASA JPL aircraft flying underneath the satellite, showing that we're getting consistent results. And all of these methods and the data, the methane data, are public, again, important. So to make the data accessible and available, we created a public data portal, which has over 20,000 plumes to date from all of our previous airborne surveys and other satellites, and over 6,000 to date from the Tanager 1 satellite alone. So this map shows where the satellites have imaged globally and counts, and you can see some statistics about how those methane plumes split between sectors, oil and gas, coal, waste, agriculture globally. We have a growing number of users spanning government, private sector, NGOs, community groups, and journalists. And again, all of this data is public. You can sign up for alerts, daily, weekly, monthly. Did we fly over it? If we did we find something? If so, it's in your inbox. So again, towards trying to increase the accessibility of this data so we have the maximum amount of eyes on it and hopefully the maximum amount of action. Next slide. So I mentioned the importance of granularity, and this is an example. This is a landfill outside of Rio, and there's 2 things happening at this landfill. You can see there's actually 2 distinct emission sources. At the top is a gas control device, most likely a malfunctioning flare. In the middle of the landfill is the actual active working phase, the landfill surface. And we can trend these over time. That's what the plots show, is we can see what's happening over time with these 2 sources, even if they're not heading in the same direction. So that's at the facility level. We can provide actionable information. And then the plots on the right are from a publication we put out earlier this year where we surveyed landfills across a bunch of U.S. states. And what these bars show you are different causes for the emissions, whether it's coming from the work phase, from the gas control infrastructure, or something else. And you can see it varies a lot from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, and that is a function of A, who's operating the facilities, their financial and technical capabilities, and or the presence or absence of regulations. And so this gives us a roadmap or helps us inform decision-making on where to prioritize investments and regulatory action. Another topic that is, I think, very exciting is to recognize that 30% of global oil and gas production happens offshore. And offshore means, until recently, invisible, because platforms are typically difficult to get to logistically. And if you're using remote sensing, the ocean surface is very dark at infrared wavelengths. So you struggle to actually get a signal. But we've designed the Tanager satellites to overcome these challenges, and we're actively detecting methane plumes from oil and gas platforms around the world, off the coast of the Republic of Congo, and on the right, a drill ship off the coast of Brazil. So I think this is going to be a transformative, hopefully transformative capability to get a complete picture of what's really happening with oil and gas emissions globally so that people can help mitigate them. Next. So as I mentioned, another key element of our theory of change doesn't stop with just making the data available. We also spend a lot of effort in translating the data into action. So we have an impact team that works on several fronts, including direct mitigation guidance, but also supporting policymaking. As I mentioned, training and capacity building in other jurisdictions, and then working with other partners to apply their own tools to the methane data we produce to sites and drive action. So as you can see, we have a large number of partnerships around the world, and I just want to just again amplify the fact that there's enormous synergy with, I think, CARB's relationships with other jurisdictions partners in terms of your ability to do capacity building and share tools with other jurisdictions. Slide, please. So these are just a few examples of where third parties are taking the methane data that we put on the Carbon Mapper public portal and in turn creating their own analytics for specific sectors. So in the waste sector, there's a UN program called Low Methane. RMI operates a data portal called Waste Map, which is focused on insights on global waste management sector, both unmanaged dumps as well as landfills. Our partners at RMI have something called the Oil and Gas Climate Index. Know your gas, know the footprint of your gas and the intensity of it using a combination of bottom-up measurements and our data. And then most exciting in the public health arena is some work by PSC Healthy Energy based in Oakland. And they have taken Carbon Mapper methane data and applied their database of gas composition data in oil and gas hydrocarbon basins around the U.S. to predict how much benzene is occurring in frontline communities, to predict exposure levels both at the chronic and acute level, because again, some of these hazardous co-pollutants are important to understand from a health and safety perspective. I will say that as we do pilot programs with many jurisdictions, we're finding that an equal motivator for action beyond global climate change is local health and safety, including workers as well as communities. And so here's a specific example, just one example. Emily shared one. This is from a couple from California. This is an example in the Texas Permian Basin that we detected right out of the gate with Tanager 1 last fall. It turned out to be a leaking gathering line over 7 tons an hour. We notified both state and federal regulators the next day. They notified the operator, who immediately diagnosed and fixed it. And then we verified with follow-up observations, and it went away. We've done this now about 300 times across different jurisdictions in the U.S., and roughly half the time, the operators respond to us or the responsive regulator indicating that these are unexpected emissions. In many cases, they were leak repairs that we could follow up. So again, a lot of this is directly in line with what CARB is doing with the CalSMP program here in the state. It shows that this model can work elsewhere. Next slide, please. And then zooming out a bit and looking at the last thing I mentioned about responsivity is incentives. So beyond rulemaking and enforcement around finding and fixing leaks, there are emerging policies, both in the EU with their methane import standards around imported natural gas, but also here in California with your climate risk disclosure programs about quantifying the intensity of supply chains. Right, so on the left is an example of a pilot study that Carbon Mapper did with EDF and the Permian, where we basically calculated the emission intensity of the top 11 oil and gas producers in that part of the Permian. We took the methane emissions, divided it by the gas produced to come up with a loss rate, compared that with the reported loss rates. Some cases they agree, trend them. And this is going to be key going forward to supporting climate disclosures so people understand. Really excited about this because it is yet another vector for action because of the market incentives to methane footprints. Next slide, please. So in closing, between philanthropy and the state of California, there's been a really powerful foundation laid for global methane action, but more needs to be done if we want to hit the kind of ambition I'm talking about here. Again, we believe that on the order of 1 billion metric tons of CO2 equivalent methane reductions a year are possible, which is equivalent of taking 100 million cars off the road. The trick here is finding partnerships and people around the world who will act on the data when we make it available. And again, I think this is why California can do so much more, including what it started to do with our philanthropic partners to keep scaling and keep the mitigation train rolling. So with that, we're really excited to partner with you and looking forward to any questions.
Thank you so much, Riley. We will now hear from the public who signed up to speak on this item. I will ask the board clerks to begin calling the public commenters.
Thank you. There are no commenters that have signed up to testify for this item. I'll turn the microphone back to Chair Sanchez, but just a quick note for Riley, if you could move the mic closer to your mouth for comment for the court reporter. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, any questions? Please, council member.
Yeah, just one comment. One, I think this is exciting work and you know, one that that obviously focuses on how we could use technology to be more effective and more efficient and being able to respond quicker. I just you know, I've mentioned this to Dr. Cliff that in our communication with our local air districts so that we can respond as well. And some of these sources may have additional toxins that are released with methane, but that I think at one of the end of the slides from the staff presentation also refer to it as data that is useful in its sharing with the public, and so sometimes I want to make sure that we're not causing a needed alarm as well, but we do that at the local level with our air district partners who are engaging with the public regularly. So I know we discussed a little bit about how we're doing that, and I'd like to just make sure that we're increasing that level of communication with our air district partners. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember. We certainly are working closely with our partners at the local level. And in fact, we, if there are evidence of plumes in their region and it's something over which they have some regulatory authority or control, we alert them as quickly as we can. We, you know, of course, have to go through a process of doing QA on the data and ensuring that, you know, we understand what that information is. It's rare that those situations will result in boots on the ground. So you saw in the case of a high priority, what's the so-called HPEP, that would result in actually having to, you know, scramble folks to an area because there's risk to impacting humans. But that's a relatively rare case. And so if that's not the case, we alert them, give them a chance to kind of understand what it is. We alert the operators as well. And then ideally the leak gets fixed. It's important to note that Carbon Mapper is putting out these data after 30 days publicly. So folks will have an opportunity to review that. That's good accountability, and it ensures that there's sunshine on, you know, operators of facilities. So it's incumbent upon the regulators to ensure that we are addressing leaks when we see them. And that's where I think this relationship with the air districts really help.
Great, thank you. Dr. Shaheen.
Thank you, Chair. Really enjoyed both presentations very much. We were just taking a look at this map that was in Emily's presentation. I don't know what slide number that is, Emily, but that, you know, a lot of the emphasis has been on oil and gas leakage along with landfills. And so we were really curious about, on the map, we did see that dairies were indicated, and we were curious about the technology. I think we have the point source versus the diffuse source, and we were curious, like, do you need different technologies to, okay, if you could address that, that would be wonderful.
Yeah, I'm happy to speak to that. So ag is challenging. It's, agricultural systems are, I would say there's a broad population of farm types, ranging from very small farms to very large farms. It depends on, how many head of cattle. But specifically to livestock emissions in the San Joaquin Valley, there are two main sources of methane from dairies. One is enteric fermentation from the animals themselves. That is a diffuse area source that I mentioned in my early slides. And then the other source is manure management, and emissions from manure management vary significantly. At facilities that do dry scrape, we see the emissions dominated by ammonia rather than methane. If it's wet manure management, lagoons, it's more methane. And in those cases, we do see strong point sources. And while that hasn't been a big focus yet with CalSMP, the Carbon Mapper team has been collecting data over the San Joaquin Valley for about 10 years. And so we have a pretty rich characterization of point source components of that emission, again, from wet manure management locations. And California has a lot of those facilities, and so we have a lot of data over California. We're beginning to build up a picture of this in other jurisdictions like Colorado, Oregon, New York, North Carolina. But to be clear, the technology that we're talking about today is strictly limited to these high emission point sources. So we're seeing part of the manure emission sector, not all of it, and we're not seeing any of the enteric fermentation with this technology. You need to bring other methods to bear. And my personal opinion is today the best technology for looking at enteric fermentation is on-farm studies with in situ analyzers. However, we and our partners are working on next generation technology to be able to get a more complete picture of farm scale emissions with remote sensing. It's still a couple of years away.
Thank you so much for sharing that. And I think in the spirit of data collection, right, I was kind of curious, based on this point source technology, right, which sounds like it's extremely accurate, do you know what the rate of false positives might be from it?
In general or specific to the ag sector?
More to your oil and gas, your landfill sector, where you've been doing a lot of the data collection.
Right. Yeah, so that's an excellent question. When we talk about detection limits for the technology, we have moved away from what I would call a minimum detection limit, because that tends to be a low probability thing. And so the state of the art now in the remote sensing world for methane sensing is a 90% probability of detection. So this is based on a lot of empirical testing that says when we detect something, we're 90% confident that it's real. And so for the satellites that we're talking about, they're designed to have a 90% probability of detection of 100 kilograms an hour. That said, we still do have false positives, and a big part of what we talked about with the methane data pipeline, so to speak, is humans doing quality control on the data. So even if our algorithms say there's methane there, and then it says it looks like there's a plume, we still have 2 or 3 layers of people at Carbon Mapper, followed by people at CARB, who look at the data to go, is it real, before we publish it.
Yeah, you can apply different types of statistical methods to look at that. I bet you're doing some of that. We use a Fourier method that I've done on sensing. So just one last quick question. I was curious about, after the $100 million investment, how is this funded operationally after that? Is it through the philanthropy?
Yeah, to be clear, Carbon Mapper was established with purely philanthropic funding. We have ongoing grants that are being renewed that keep Carbon Mapper, the nonprofit, going. It includes funding we send to Planet to make the data public and available. Additionally, and this is part of the partnership with Planet, is a public-private partnership, is that the ongoing build-out and maintenance and operations of the satellites themselves is provided by Planet. And so there is a commercial revenue part of this that includes but extends beyond methane. Emily alluded to other remote sensing products that come from a hyperspectral imaging. I mentioned that this technology has 400 channels of information rather than the 3 that we have with our eyes. And there's literally an earth science application for every one of those channels. And so the idea behind this program, and it speaks back to what I said early on about theory of change, about durability, is that we're not counting solely on philanthropy to keep this program going. It really was intended to seed a public-private partnership where the commercial partner can help keep the satellites going for a long period of time.
Thank you for that. I just think this is amazing to see this level of innovation and seeing California at the forefront. So thank you all for everything you're doing, and definitely want to keep this funded. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shaheen. Board Member Rechtschaffen.
I don't have, my question was answered in part by the colloquy with Board Member Guerra. I guess since I have the mic, I can't resist saying that I was at that American Geophysical Union meeting where Governor Brown said we'll launch our own damn satellite, and it's incredibly exciting to see how that's progressed into such a fantastic project.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Takvorian.
I wasn't there, but Dr. Shaheen covered a couple of the questions I had. I guess one of the questions I have, and I really appreciate the presentation, it's very exciting, is given the efficacy or the accuracy of this kind of a system, how do you imagine, I guess this is to CARB, staff using it in an enforcement, a policy enforcement world?
Well, largely speaking, so it depends on the regulation. So in the case of the oil and gas regulation that the board heard recently, that would essentially allow us to identify, if we identify a leak, then it requires the operator to go do further investigation. So in and of itself, it's not part of an enforcement action. But if, for example, the operator didn't follow up, then there could be enforcement action related with that. So far, we've actually seen really great success, as you saw from the slides that staff presented. Similarly, that would be applied in the landfill methane regulation if the board were to approve that in November when we present that to the board.
Okay, that's really helpful. And then my other question is, when you said that it was being used for health and safety protection, I wondered if it's utilizing methane as the pollutant that's being detected and then investigating further for co-pollutants. Is that yeah, well, does it go beyond benzene, or is that the other pollutant that you're looking at?
I can speak to Carbon Mapper's protocols, but I'll defer to CARB on there's HPEP specific one. But remember that there are 2 potential harmful aspects of methane, and high enough concentrations, methane alone can either be an asphyxiant or above 50,000 parts per million. It can be explosive. And then there's the question of, well, what else is there in terms of potential harmful co-pollutants? Our own protocol that we have used outside the U.S. as recently as a few weeks ago in Chile is that if the plume is visible from space and it's within a certain distance of a sensitive receptor, meaning where people live, or even where workers are located, we are on the side of flagging it immediately. We don't wait 30 days. We will flag with whoever we think might know something about it, whether it's a gas utility or an oil and gas company or a regulator. Because we would rather err on the side of caution because we don't know what's in it and we don't know what the actual concentrations are on the ground. So that's a general protocol that we use. I'm glad to say it's fairly rare. It's less than like 2% of what we detect globally. But again, I defer to CARB on their specific protocols on the HPEP designation.
Yeah, so our goal whenever we find an HPEP or a plume that is near a community is to, as fast as possible, typically within 24 hours. There are going to be a number of different co-pollutants, as you say. There are some studies that try to quantify that, but every oil and gas field is different. Every landfill is different, so you really don't know. So our goal is to address it within 24 hours, and we have the example of where I think if we were ever going to encounter an HPEP where the emissions continued, we would go out and do some additional monitoring. Pharmas on what are the co-pollutants, but as mentioned, the HPEPs are extremely rare. We expect to see maybe 1 or 2 a year at this time. Expect to be able to address them within 24 hours, which is faster than you can possibly go out, grab a sample, and take it back.
Great. Seeing no other comments, we will now move to open comment for those who wish to provide a comment regarding an item of interest within jurisdiction of the board that is not on today's agenda. The clerk will call on those who have submitted a request to speak card, and if you are joining us remotely and wish to comment, please click the raise hand or dial *9 now. Will the board clerk please call on those who have raised their hand or signed to speak up, if any?
Thank you, Chair. We currently have 3 in-person commenters who have turned in a request to speak card and wish to speak at this time for open comment. The first speaker is Kimberly Burr. Kimberly Burr. We will move on to the next speaker, Maria Ruiz. The third speaker we have is Evan Edgar.
Good afternoon, board members. Evan Edgar, Edgar Associates, on behalf of the California Compost Coalition. I represent heavy-duty refuse fleet operators, both public and private. We're SB 1383 biomethane developers. As you know, with the landfills that are super emitters, we're diverting organics from the landfill and making our own biomethane for our own fleets. We've been getting off diesel 25 years ago. We're not the dirty diesel done dirt cheap guys. We are the guys who are RNG today, that's carbon negative today, with near zero NOx fleets today, and it's affordable. Doing 1383 is not cheap, but the city of LA just had the rate increase, $20, $30 a household per month to do 1383, and we can do that. So we're getting off diesels, we're getting off landfills, we're doing all the right things. When the Advanced Clean Fleet Rule was adopted 3.5 years ago, there's supposed to be a workshop on the future of biomethane. Every quarter I get up here, for this is my 15th time, asking where is this workshop? Because the future of biomethane is important for transportation fuel. Last month, we had the public sector pack this room asking for that same workshop. The sewer districts, CASA, who takes waste that is slurried from the curb and puts it into co-digest and make biomethane. The landfills that are going to be better efficient with their biomethane, we're not on PUC pipelines. We are removed from a pipeline. CARB staff thinks we should put it in a pipeline to hard to decarbonize communities. We are making biomethane for our own fleets, and we're being penalized because we want to keep it on our own fleet, which is cost effective and affordable, instead of pivoting to a dirty global BEV economy that digs up rare minerals. You are asking us to double our rate, increase our carbon in order to go battery electric. We don't want to do that. This workshop, 3.5 years, should explain that. I've been asking for it time and time again. And last month was pretty embarrassing that CARB's members tried to get on a workshop and legal counsel slapped them down for a Brown Act, only have 2 people in the room at the same time. We just want the workshop. Please have the workshop. The future of biomethane is critical. We don't want to double our rates in order to have battery electric for the city of LA or Long Beach, because it's going to double the rates and not make it affordable. Let's have the workshop.
Thank you. That concludes our in-person commenter. Then we have 3 commenters with their hands raised in Zoom: Todd Campbell, Bianca Santoyo, and Gus Aguirre. We'll start with Todd Campbell. I've activated your microphone. Please unmute and you may begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. This will be real quick. I just wanted to congratulate you, Chair Sanchez, on your appointment, and I thought it was an excellent first meeting. Looking forward to working with all of you, but congratulations.
Thank you. Our next commenter is Bianca Santoyo. I've activated your microphone. Please unmute and you may begin.
Hi, Bianca actually shared this link with me, so that's probably why her name is on there. Hello, my name is Cesar Aguirre. I'm the director of the Air and Climate Justice team with the Central California Environmental Justice Network. I wanted to come back to the methane satellite project and also express some support for it. Recently, CCEJN did some on-the-ground canvassing after we noticed CARB had submit a OES report stating that there was a super emitter event. And this was something that was on OES very rapidly. It was reported, I believe, on the 15th of September. By the 19th of September, follow-up inspections were already being made for the repairs and NOVs were already issued, something that would not have been possible otherwise. And on top of Carbon Mapper's ability to be where we can't at the times where we cannot, there is also examples of other projects. For example, the Central California Asthma Collaborative had a project called the Summation Project, under which there was flyovers with planes and the intention of ending the project with towers inside of densely populated oil fields in order to catch these plumes without the need around the world and captures methane emissions from different parts of the world. So when that satellite is not here, we do have options that are more directed and poignant in places like installing towers inside of the densely populated oil fields to catch these plumes. There is also studies, for example, the study with PSC Healthy Energy, which looked at these plumes and tried to calculate using historical data from different releases, the different co-pollutants and how it could affect health with their methane risk map. So I think this is definitely something that's going to increase California's capacity to react and also provide interagency collaboration because the OES alerts the CUPA, CARB, CalGEM, and many others that could help with the implementation of enforcement. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next commenter is Gus Aguirre. I've activated your microphone. Please unmute and begin.
Hello, good afternoon. Gustavo Aguirre Jr., can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Cool. Central California Environmental Justice Network, Director of Climate Equity and Environmental Justice. And calling again, referring to the satellite methane project. I agree with, first of all, thank you so much for the information. And as previous administrators of the Summation project, without being now using, looking for super methane emitters in the San Joaquin Valley, and also using data, flyover data from JPL and NASA, appreciate really like the ground truthing that this satellite project is doing. One, it's validating community concerns and frontline communities' concerns of methane emissions and methane super polluters in the San Joaquin Valley. And as this information has shown, oil and gas operations, landfills, and some agricultural practices are at the forefront of some of these methane emissions. And so particularly in the west side of the valley, we see large landfills, and just calling to make sure that landfills are also taken, as purview of, importance, such, just like oil fields. And touching, based on this, going back to the previous commenter on trust, building trust, I think there is a lot of decades and decades of experience on the ground level in Kern County, Stanislaus County, Fresno County, and in the entirety of the San Joaquin Valley of organizations who have dedicated their time and resources to doing citizen science research, to doing public comment, to educating residents through using different tools like smoke schools. So just, advocating the importance of this project moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public testimony for open comment. I will turn the microphone back to Chair Sanchez.
Thank you. With that, the October 23rd, 2025 CAR board meeting, my first as chair, is now adjourned. Thank you.